Obviously,
English
she has
VA.
some...
Whatever he says, my Nipponese friend. I can't be racist, I have a Nipponese friend now.
Wait, why does he have a katana in the courtroom? Because he's a Nipponese man?
Yeah, yeah. They used to get katanas when they graduated. Doing all this weeds messed up my wrist. It hurts.
What?
Yeah, you just got an entire rack of lemon down there.
Yeah.
Don't worry about it. There's more. There's a drain on the floor too. The moment when this guy turns into an Edgeworth.
Oi!
Brenny's at the part where Zeke turns into an Edgeworth.
Yep.
Oh, you've been watching?
I just turned it on.
Okay. I just saw your comment. Look, I ain't saying he a grave digger.
But he ain't messing with no broke.
Broke Ace
Just
Attorneys.
why is the
Why is the English voice acting bad? It's very bad.
Well, that, but also why is the soundtrack for Greatest Attorney so good?
I don't know. Because they knew it'd be the last Ace Attorney game they ever freaking made, I guess. Yes. Apparently. It's so cringe that this series is just over just when they found the Stride in the new
just like Mega Man.
timeline. Wouldn't go.
What even games does Capcom make anymore? Just Monster Hunter?
Resident Evil
Street
remakes,
Fighter.
New Resident Evil, Resident Evil
I forgot
remakes.
that RE was a Capcom game.
Yeah, Monster Hunter, Resident Evil, a bunch of other little things that are worse than Ace Attorney. Let's see what else.
I guess
One
Resident
Street Fighter
Evil
every
remakes
5
are
years.
printing money. And it's, I bet Konami saw the success of the Resident Evil games, and then that's why they were like, oh, we should remake Silent Hill 2. But because it's Konami, they're like, we'll give it to the worst team out there.
Capcom's not remaking Silent Hill, Konami's remaking.
No, that's what I said, Konami. They saw the success of Resident Evil, an old PS1, PS2 era horror game. And they're like, the market is ripe for Silent Hill 2 remake, but we'll make it poorly.
They made a game called Exoprimal, apparently.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, no, wait, it's not out yet, I guess. It's some sort of Sounds bad. What did they make in... Yeah, I mean, they don't make mini games a year. Last year, apparently, they just made fighting game collections, pretty much.
And yeah, and then they made the Mega Man Battle Network collection, and that's like it.
And in 2021, they finally released Grace and Ace Attorney. That was 2 years ago, so...
What is more surprising, that we got Great Ace Attorney in the West, or that we got Trails to Azure and Zero?
Well, I mean, suckers buy Trails games, and no one buys Ace Attorney games, apparently.
I finished Trails to Azure.
I know, you're a sucker.
How about you, Sucker Mary Barrels?
Ooh.
Would you consider that one?
I think it's so funny that we don't have Edgeworth 2, though. Hilarious.
Yeah.
Just never gonna happen.
Well, it literally will never happen because it's on the DS forever.
Yeah, I mean, like, it's funny that they won't release a collection of Ace Attorney games. Maybe they've got
did.
one in the... They released the first 3, but they've never released a collection of, you know, all the other
4 to
ones.
6 other ones, yeah.
4 to 6 in Prosecutor's Path. Obviously, they'll be 2 separate games, because we can't put them all together. It's too much value.
Well, they put all 6 Battle Network games
Yeah, but
together.
those games are shovelware.
Wow.
I mean, at this point to them, like, since they're GBA games, they're shovelware.
I really wish that Nintendo had a handheld system again.
They do. It's called the Nintendo
No.
Switch.
No, it's bad. Real handheld with actual battery life. I mean, honestly, handheld graphics should have just stayed at Switch levels. Not Switch, DS levels, or 3DS. DS.
I don't. That doesn't make any sense. You could still make sprite games on the Switch. I mean, people have.
No.
Okay.
No.
Why don't you
That's
just buy an
illegal.
aftermarket, like, external power thingy, carry in your pocket?
Yeah. I could.
Like, you just want something that he can fit in his pocket completely.
Yeah. Yeah. I want someone to ask me, is that a DS in your pocket, or are you happy to see me? And I can say it is a DS in my pocket.
I would never ask if you're happy to see me.
Yeah.
Because you know it's true.
I'm sure you can fit a Steam Deck in your pocket.
Smile. I forgot how long this case is.
Well, he's only on the first case, right? Doesn't this case just segue into case 5?
Mm-hmm.
Or is this case 3? What was case 3? Case 3 was good too. Which one was that?
Was 5 the murder of what's-his-face? No, I thought 4 was.
Maybe 4 and 5 are the same case in this game.
Yeah, they are. I think this is 3.
I do remember that one of the cases was BS because they split it into 2 for no reason. Yeah, this is case 3. This is that's like the best part of this game. 3, 4, and 5 are all like super important, and also the case 2 was the second Soseki one.
Yeah.
Which was pretty important as well, if I'm remembering correctly.
I think I remember 3 being my favorite case.
I think 4. 4's... And then 5's a scam, because it's also just so far. Because you got, the policeman doing stuff. I love that everyone's just allowed to amend their testimony. It's very, very legal, very cool. I mean, I guess what else are you gonna do? Maybe that happens in reality, I don't know. I just play a lawyer in video games.
Well, wait a minute. A snap neck is not the same as like falling 30 feet.
Well, I think the idea is he snapped his neck from the fall. Died instantly. Presumably. I don't know. I missed the beginning of the case. I don't remember exactly. Or... Nope. I gotta enter my PIN number. Hold it! 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Nuggets. I'm not gonna get my coal bag before I hit 70 mining. Sad.
Oh, did we want to do thing tonight? Summers?
I mean, not if we're watching this.
Oh, okay. I have to do a Unite battle and then I'll be free.
What? You have to do a
Play
what
Unite.
battle? Oh.
Unite.
What the heck, Twitch? Why am I getting an ad in the middle of Prinny's stream?
Same. I'm getting 3 of them.
Well, I'm blocking them.
Is that why my...
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why my stream was interrupted.
Barely working.
I don't see ads, it just starts loading mysteriously.
Talon, you played as Glaceon in Unite, right?
I guess.
It's too good. OP.
God, Twitch. It's just so trash. Hello? Why am I still blocking it? Stop it. Objection. Can't remember. Did she end up being the one to actually kill him?
Objection!
I love being trapped in a birdcage.
Objection!
But have you considered D's?
Take that!
Oh, true. He would be flat. Longitudinal appearance. God, Dr. Assman can't catch a break. You stabbed him before he fell.
Oh no. Fuck. Twitch ads. I have no idea what's going on now.
Oh, which part is a lie? Tell me how she was coerced into stabbing a victim in the autopsy report. I'll narrate it. I'll be a let's player. Bernie's very confused. He's saving the game. Not sure what the answer is. The answer is very simple if you consider the sequence of events. If when the victim was stabbed, blah 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 blah, seep downward, it had to be before sitting or standing upright.
Objection!
The man survived the fall or something.
She had to finish the job.
Go back to being a corpse, says Miss Scythe. OD's ass man. Oh no!
Objection!
You know what the only bad part about... Man, I hate the English voice acting. You know the only bad part about the Great Ace Attorney 2 is, like, you never get, like, a whole crap ton of evidence to use. I miss the days of, like, 4 pages of evidence.
No, they keep it pretty low in the later games.
Yeah. With the exception of Edgeworth 2. Because Case 5 has 8 billion pieces of evidence. But yeah, they do keep it lighter because I think people complained their brains are very small. It just, it non-ironically makes me feel a better sense of pride and accomplishment if if I'm, you know, remembering the state of everything, then I can follow the logic. That's the best part. Oops. Scalpels. When do you first meet mystery prosecutor? Is it case 4?
What do you mean meet?
I mean, when does a mystery man show up as a prosecutor?
Oh, I don't know. I don't remember.
Must be case 4. Because Van Zeek's is thrown in the clink. What has Shutakumi done in the past few years? Let's Google it. They put him in cold storage. He was a quest writer on Monster Hunter Riders. That's the most recent thing he's done. That's so sad. Monster Hunter Riders is a mobile game. That's just depressing.
Did you want to run thing?
No, we're watching this.
Okay.
Right? Right? I mean, I'm not gonna be able to do both.
When does the event end? Tomorrow?
No, when
No,
the
when
patch
the patch
drops.
comes out.
When?
Apparently, Shu Takumi hinted at something in October of last year. Maybe it's real. For revenge. Believe it or not, straight to jail. Just, you know, maybe not for murder. The cycle of revenge. Dude, remember when Ace Attorney 6 did the Bark Age of the Law and it was embarrassing? And then every other, and then like both other franchises did it and it wasn't embarrassing? Good times.
Remember Hobo Phoenix?
Yeah. Yeah, but that wasn't the Bark Age of the Law.
Oh no, I'm just saying remember Hobo Phoenix.
Remember when he stole Apollo's own game? Made him a second-class citizen in his own freaking game? How embarrassing. Thanks, Capcom.
People claim that it's the best Phoenix Strike game. Those people
No
have
one, no
good
one,
damage.
no one.
I saw someone
honestly.
talking about it on.
Yeah,
somewhere.
they're freaking contrarians. Like, I'm sure Pi thinks it's the best one.
Yeah.
Professor! Dude, how come they didn't just have Professor Layton show up as a juror in one of the cases? That would be hilarious, actually.
No.
Or,
I mean, it
no,
couldn't be worse than the actual game count.
It would be his like great grandfather. It'd be like Dr. Layton.
Every time you want him to devote on a thing, though, you have to solve a puzzle.
Yeah. Well, when you present like a contradiction, his little comment from the bench could be, "This reminds me of a puzzle." Man, that
No,
is
shut
a
up.
that is a missed opportunity. That's sad. And I guess they would have needed it. Well, no, not if they made enough changes. Professor Grayton.
This reminds me of a riddle.
Speaking of riddles, did you watch that game, Talon? It's
I
fucking
did.
great. The ending especially. It's just, the game's just over now. No one wins. I was really wondering if anyone, like, the later it got with both of those things out, I was like, what the frick is gonna happen here?
This trial really made me think.
I like that the jurors weren't as prevalent or annoying in these cases too.
Yeah, the first game went way worse with the
Yeah, they were. It was too much. Too many freaking peanut gallery sections. I'd still prefer if they didn't have the jurors at all, but that's okay.
This was the longest chapter, right? I'm pretty sure it was.
It's pretty long. Yeah, I mean, I'd say 4 is about as long, or maybe it's 4 plus 5. I don't know. Baby.
Someone named OK Google.
That's a good animation. Why is her hand so big? Became the president. He's got big hands.
Science!
How did these two become friends? Explain that one to me. Friggin' Dracula and... Okay, well, Dracula and Frankenstein, I guess that's fair. He wakes me. Barack.
He's still alive for now. I was gonna say I forgot who the Reaper was, but no, it's very easy to know who it is.
Yeah, the Grim Reaper. Again, Van Siegs can't be racist. He has an Ipponi's friend now.
Oh, I should have done the thing.
Naruhodo. There you go, sequel bait. We're going to Germany. Gotta go to Germany and stop World War I. Split and branch the timeline. Oh! Okay, I've got it. There's a young German painter you have to fit in course.
Oh no.
Oh,
Yikes.
no. Yes, that's right. Phoenix Wright ancestor caused Hitler. Actually, no, we just skip a generation and freaking Phoenix's great-great-grandfather just has to be a defense attorney at The Hague for the freaking
Yikes.
Nazi trials. Yeah. It's the family curse of unluck. So I suppose you're wondering why I'm racial.
Oh, here's a tough question. Rank the partners. Or the lawyer's assistants or whatever.
Let's see. Who counts as an official assistant? They have to be there for the
So it would be Mia, Maya, Pearl, Kay,
Pearl gets to count?
Susato. Yeah, she counts for a whole thing. Who was Athena's? Was it Apollo?
Yes. I mean, I'd say Kay and Maya are about the same. What, isn't Raya one for?
Oh, I forgot about Raya. Yeah.
I'd say she and Maya and Kay are probably top tier, and then Susato, and then I guess everybody else.
I think I liked Susato more, but she doesn't get as much like growth.
Yeah, that's why I think her a little bit more. She's very fine. Her case one is a lot of fun in this game, I guess. She has to pretend to be a man.
No girls allowed in the courtroom.
I've met your father. No, Susato, I am your father.
I forgot that he calls them all Nipponese.
Yeah. Like I said, he can't be racist. He had a Japanese friend. Now he's got a new one.
I do like the masked guy just like chills out there.
Oh,
He's being masked.
I looked past him literally the whole time. I forgot.
You didn't notice him?
Masked
He was
to
there?
masked.
No, I noticed he was there, and then I just like put it out of my mind because he literally hasn't said a single word. Yeah.
He's wearing that cape that's darker than black, so that the human eye can't see.
Yeah,
it.
it's a black. No, yeah, the best partner is definitely Bird Mask Man who never says a single word.
Oh, I forgot Grossberg was a partner for one of them.
For Maya's.
For Maya's case.
For Mia's
Kitty,
case.
go on.
For Mia's case, yeah.
War.
What? Did we get? I don't remember. Was Callisto you one of our partners in? No, she was just always
I
a
don't
huge
think
bitch
so.
the whole time.
Yeah, I can't believe there would ever be a war between Britain and Japan,
When
though.
the trial reached its conclusion earlier, I thought to myself, yes, it's
Yes.
time for you to come face to face with this hideous monster. I borrowed the key for the mask from the proprietress of the Waxwork Museum. So see for yourselves now. Confirm it with your own eyes. The truth that's been hidden this past decade.
It's you!
That's the professor?
Yes.
Professor.
Until now, the thought never even crossed my mind. That the mass murderer, whose crimes shook Britain as never before, was Japanese.
Wait a minute. That face. I feel as though I've seen it somewhere. It's strangely familiar.
Very realistic amnesia impression.
I remember everything.
Father.
Oh.
What?
Oh, Jesus. You can tell he's a prosecutor because he's got a cravat.
True.
Kazuma!
God, his theme is so good.
Yeah, he's got a good thing.
My best friend, Kazuma Asogi. After a whole year, finally his memories returned.
You.
As he stood there before me. Ryunosuke. Hello again. My friend.
Kazuma-sama!
Judicial Assistant Mikotoba.
It's been a very long road. Thank you. Thank you for guiding my friend here when I could not.
It was an honor.
I knew you wouldn't die that easily. Kazuma.
Okay.
I owe you
What?
thanks too.
I knew you wouldn't die that easily. I knew you were dead. Okay.
Well, yeah, because in case 4 he heard he wasn't dead on the tape recorder. That's clearly
Oh,
what he
that's
meant.
true. I forgot.
Blade
Yeah.
of the Asogi clan, passed down through the generations.
Folded over 8 billion times. Can cut through
When
the
we left
truth.
Japan, this sword was at my friend's side. A Japanese man's katana is his soul, and he couldn't be parted from it.
Level 80 samurai.
But then, when the incident happened,
Wardrobe.
it was Susato-san's wish that I inherit the sword, and I've kept it with me ever since, along with my memories of the friendship we shared. With this by my side, I always felt that you were watching over me somehow.
Take it, my friend. Oh, it's time for weed power.
I've made it. At last. Father.
Are you
Papa.
saying... Surely not. You mean... you knew all this time? I'm looking at it. But... I still can't believe it. This mass murderer is Kazuma's father.
Don't desecrate the wax sculpture.
Gonna slice his neck.
That cost freaking 800,000 pounds to make. It was irreplaceable.
Kazuma-sama.
You're under arrest for destroying British
We
property.
have much to talk about. But now is not the time.
You'll have to wait at least one more case.
I'll be seeing you.
I left everything I owned in one piece. Bye.
Goodbye.
All right, where'd Van Sykes go during that whole thing?
In the courtroom.
He's right here, apparently.
Oh, there he is.
This is there all along, of course. Man, these models are so much better than the
Yeah.
Ace Attorney like 6 and 7 models too.
Yeah.
They really captured the essence of the sprites really well. This is like this game is like the only example of like sprite-based game to 3D game that's like, okay, yeah, they did it like perfect justice. Compare it to like the 1 through 3 upscale remake things. It's like, ugh.
Yeah, the Wii versions of the Attorney one do look so bad.
People love them. People love
I don't
them
know why.
because they're trash. Probably have voice acting in them or something. I don't think they do, but you'd think they did. By the way, people like them so much. Susato's theme, also good. Bow, bow, no, 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 no.
Anyone else going fishing?
No? That reminds me to check.
No.
23 hours till I'm going fishing. I knew it was soon. Remind me when I get around tomorrow night, Talon, I gotta go fishing. Email me a note in the calendar.
For a brief moment, my great friend had returned, only to disappear again all too soon. But in that fleeting encounter, something stirred. Something that had been dormant for a long time.
Oh,
As if
something
great wheels had
stirring
been
in
set
him.
Something deep within my
Ooh.
lungs
I could
stirred.
almost hear them creaking into life.
What is this,
In
fan
some
fiction?
ways, it was the end of a chapter.
Slash.
But in
He's
many,
just like he
it
slashed
was the
that
start
wax
of a
figure.
new one.
Do you think? I think the, as much as I don't really like the English voice acting, I think at least Rinosuke's voice actor is like a Japanese Britishman.
They all actually got real
yeah,
Japanese.
because you can
British
hear
people.
that hint of an accent.
Yeah. Like they actually did a good job casting the correct race for the people.
Yeah, they casted the correct race, but it turns out they probably didn't hire any voice direction because it's still not great. Just like nearly all English voice acting, it's just the tones just aren't great. Oh, what the heck?
Yep.
That doesn't surprise me.
Well, I mean, I guess we could farm tombstones if you guys want now.
Well, I just ate my food and I'm gonna be crapple.
Okay, that's
so-
fine. I mean, I'm not in any hurry. You might not have been around when I said it, but like, I personally, I could use more, but like, I don't really need more. So just whenever you guys want to, I'm cool too. But I don't need to push anyone to do it too hard. Oh, Pi! I did see that Pi finished one Kaizo like a week ago or something.
One Kaizo's,
He actually
please.
finished it, so and he immediately started the next gen. Hot
Next
go!
originals might be able to come up with something coherent. Like you mean
Oh, a
specifically
Pokemon Kaizo.
Yeah.
AI generated, like an AI.
Didn't
generated
whoever he was
Pokemon
playing with
ROM
finish ages ago?
Yeah, I mean,
I
yeah.
could-
So DP played one and
hack?
finished
I
it the
don't know.
first
I don't know
day.
if there's enough data.
Wait, how's
first
CFG
try.
still playing?
Like if you fed it all Pokemon ROM, honestly, all Pokemon ROM hacks would probably be extremely.
That's an
poor
excellent
data to
question.
train an AI.
I booted up his stream. Oh my gosh, he has his
Like,
hero
if you
path
wanted
turned on. He's
it
like
to
been
make something
everywhere.
Quality.
He's been everywhere, man.
I don't know if Pokemon ROM hacks are gonna be the best training data. Where do I want to go? I need to go here.
Look at this fan equipment for the ROM hack. Guys, I'm
the
so
world
excited about.
that Scarlet Violet
so
is going
excited.
for is the way that Pokemon should go for. I think the open worldness of Scarlet Violet was absolutely.
I'm
the
so
way to go.
excited for tears. I just want
They
to
just didn't
cry.
Same. I keep seeing so many commercials for it, and I'm like, I want to play now.
Yeah,
But
apparently it's showing in like movie
ideally,
theaters and
if
stuff.
it's not screwed up.
too.
I think it is.
I mean, maybe
Show that
video
I was
games have
watching
done
had
that for a long
commercial every
time.
I don't think so.
I haven't been into a movie theater.
Yeah,
in years.
exactly. It's probably been almost a decade since I've been to a movie theater. I'm pretty sure the last movie I actually
Yeah,
saw
like, even
was
as-
The Last
Star Wars?
Jedi. Yeah,
It's
the
still-
last
it's still
movie.
The best thing about the game is.
2017, so no, only 6
run
years.
around and catch Pokemon. Because it's being able to see the Pokemon in the overworld,
I go pretty frequently.
explore in a non-linear path.
I kind of,
Lucky no one.
would like to
Seamlessly
see the new
transition between
Guardians of the Galaxy. I've heard it's
exploring
good.
And battling and catching.
I never saw the second one,
That is all extremely good.
Second one's pretty good.
but
They just.
a lot of people said the third one is like just a
made
good
the world
movie
extremely
like by
boring.
itself.
That's
It's like,
actually
oh.
something
Why does he
that
have a 50-minute
isn't
speed boost buff?
talked about enough when
Don't worry
discussing
about it.
all the problems.
You can make
Is how
elixirs that
boring
last
the world is.
a really
Like,
really long time. I don't really know how to
comparing
do
it
that.
to Breath of the Wild. I mean, I know it's. Maybe you shouldn't compare everything about.
I wonder if it's just getting lucky
Breath of
with
the Wild and
the,
Scarlet Violet,
the
but
Guilt and the
in
Spice
terms
crap.
of the world alone, like Breath of the Wild has so many interesting areas, and Pokemon has the snow area.
He's comparing
the grass
Pokemon
area,
to
the
Breath of the Wild.
He who.
the
ZFG.
doesn't even have a beach.
He's
Why is
like,
he
maybe
comparing
it's
it?
not fair, but Breath of the Wild's got so many cool like locations and ideas, and Pokemon's just like the hilly area, the meadow, the cold
Well,
place.
to me, the damning comparison is to Xenoblade Chronicles.
I mean, it's to any other game. You compare it to
There
any
were,
other
like,
game,
a
and it's
single-digit
pathetic.
number of
Well, but,
times
like,
in the game
At least
in
Xenoblade
Scarlet Violet
Chronicles
where
has
I
things on the
came to an area
overworld,
and I
like
thought it
monsters
was
on the
actually a cool
overworld.
area.
and like large areas to
Very
explore.
few
I see what you mean. I mean, so does Zelda, though.
interesting areas
I guess
in
it's true. But
Yeah,
I
except
guess
for
it's not
Area
turn,
Zero.
but,
Area
like-
Zero is an exception.
Yeah, but I
Area
mean, that should
Zero
make it even
is
easier, right?
genuinely pretty great.
So you don't have, like, physics to worry about.
It's just there needs to be more of that, like much more. Right, I need Lizalfos tails, so I'm just gonna kill these guys.
The heck do you need Elizabeth's tails for?
I don't know. I wonder what he's grinding. If he's trying to upgrade everything, maybe?
Maybe.
So you 100%ed found all the Koroks.
Yes, we
Korok.
definitely did that.
Koroks.
Definitely.
Yeah, good.
There's 2 gold Lizalfos.
No, I'm waiting on my 100%
Oh.
Korok play to do in a game called Peakman.
Yikes, when is Pikumin?
I don't know.
I mean,
I
it's,
should
it's
probably
pretty much
list-
up to you, unless Stalin really wants
I
to
know.
play it.
We'll see. I will not be upset if you play without me. If you don't want to wait for me, that's fine. I understand.
The good news is our experience in Wii U legitimate playing means that we could,
Oh, that's true.
Talon could play Pikmin 3, or we all could probably.
I own it.
I mean, I also own it, but I'm not getting my Wii U out of the freaking closet. Did they release Pikmin 3 on the Switch? They did, right?
I believe so.
So that's another option to emulate.
Do they have like ports for all of the Bigman games, perhaps, on
Not to
Wii U?
Switch. They have a Wii port for
They have
Pikmin 1 and 2.
Motion control Pikmin 1 and 2.
Yeah. But, I mean, they emulate well. Don't ask me how I know. I might not own Pikmin 2 on GameCube. I do own Pikmin 1. Yeah, it'd be interesting to, if when we got to Pikmin 2, I kind of, I don't know, it might have just been emulator syndrome, where, like, you know, sometimes you play a game on emulator and you're just like, eh, you stop. But, like, I never finished Pikmin 2 all the way. I think the caves I don't like as much. Like, Pikmin 3 doesn't have them either. And I like 1 and 3, I think, better than 2. But 2's good.
I did get everything right.
So it'd be good to be forced to finish it.
Forced.
Oh wait, no. Left 1. That would have been bad.
I'll be right back and go to the restroom.
Dude, I heard a hot
Okay, bye.
I heard a hot take about Breath of the Wild.
Alright.
Air quotes hot,
Yeah, Area
air
Zero
quotes
was like
take.
the one place where it really
Um,
felt like there was actually a pretty considerable.
I don't know. I guess people are really mad, or some people are just like
It's really a shame
they
that kind
they
of
want
felt
the
like
Master
it was
Sword to be a
somewhere else.
permanent
Area
weapon.
Zero was very good.
and more powerful.
I mean, even
and I'm
then,
like,
Area
how?
Zero still
What?
could have
Like,
been better.
would you never just use another weapon after
There was
that?
at least, like,
I
Yeah.
feel like you wouldn't. I feel like I wouldn't.
That means that they don't want durable
You-
ones.
Well, it
you
does
really
sound like the
wouldn't.
DLC
Like it would just defeat the point of having
is meant to
durability.
focus
That's why
on
it had its
more
own
Yeah.
Zero-type
durability.
Stuff. At least it kind of sounds.
Yeah,
like
I think
it.
it's actually. I wonder if it's going to be permanent in Tears of the Kingdom, because I wonder if fuse mean like, but it can't be fused to things. That might be
Yeah.
enough of a limitation to allow it to be permanent. Because I'm assuming the game's balanced around
You have
higher
the area that
average
you're
weapon
showing.
power due to
That was
fuse.
also a great area.
Maybe once it's like restored, yeah, you won't be able to fuse to it. Maybe.
I'm assuming you won't be able to fuse the broken one. It's too pure.
I'm not like I think all the art book art was like using the Master Sword for fuse stuff. So I honestly had been assuming that that would just be what you'd use and you'd just fuse stuff to it until they actually released information on fusion. But then I'm not sure he had the sword in any of that. So that might have just been an art book feature.
Level 70s mining.
Why does Zelda have dirt bike?
We're back
Because
really
I
quick.
thought it'd be funny to put in the DLC.
Yeah, wasn't that a Falador Shiva?
Quality of life behind $20 DLC. I mean, the bike, some of the quality of life things in the DLC, like Korok Mask and Travel Medallion, those definitely should have been in the base game.
Fury is ready.
The bike, I think, is realistically fine to be DLC, just because I think that's like a quality of life thing that probably wouldn't necessarily be thought of for the main game. Like the bike is something that I completely realistically could imagine that they would only come up when starting to do DLC ideas and not main game ideas. Whereas like Korok Mask,
I didn't realize this Korok Mask was in-game
really didn't think
DLC
of
that shows you or like lights up if Korok's nearby. It's like the Great
really
Fairy
didn't think
Mask.
those would
That's
be
good.
things that you might want to put in the main game.
Might be base in Tears of the Kingdom, just like Travel Medallion.
Yeah, Korok Mask not being in base is kind of insane to me. I feel like the general way people feel about Koroks, I feel like wouldn't be nearly as negative if Korok Mask was in the base game and easily obtainable. Yeah, and then, yeah, even then you could make an argument that it is kind of bad for it to be a mask and not a general passive thing, because if you were to, like, divide up my playtime based on percentage of what headwear I'm wearing, it would be like 95% Korok Mask, 2% the Gerudo thing, and then like 3% other. Yeah, maybe Korok's Tashika sensor, although I do, in a way, kind of like that it's different from Sheikah sensor. That it's kind of just, you are in the area or you are not. Because Sheikah sensor is also, very far distance, and Korok Mask is like kind of shorter distance, but it tells you more precisely that, yes, you are pretty close to it. But, I mean, I wouldn't be upset if it just got added to Sheikah sensor. Pretty sure I've been over here. Yeah, Korok count for
Alright, I'm back.
Really nice.
I'm back.
Oh, is he getting all Koroks
Still a
too?
big
He might
chunk of
be.
Udra I haven't checked.
CFGY.
I don't know.
CFG.
Man, there's so much I still haven't checked.
Also, like,
was
yeah,
still
people
gonna
who get mad
check
at
this
Koroks are
last
also
stream, but
goofy.
maybe I
It's
should
like
do
you're
it
not.
now, I guess.
No one's expecting you to get all 900. Like,
But they gave me a poop for getting all
Yeah, I
900.
completed all the side quests today.
yeah, it's just
So
like
I am
they.
completely done the side quests.
they just
I am done with the
expect-
compendium,
Oh my
asterisk,
gosh, he's
blah,
at
blah, blah.
520 Koroks.
Um,
Jeez. They just expect
Too
you to
many.
get enough to get, you know, enough
Fairly
weapon
close to
and
done with Talisman
armor and
Hanasu,
whatever
so I
slots
have,
and give
like,
you more
10
stuff to do
uses
in the
left.
world. Like, no one's expecting you to get them all.
And then
It's insane
I
to
have
think that you need to.
300 or 400 Koroks more.
Deer fish, please bite.
No.
Deer fish.
Yeah, Ascend sounds like it'll be interesting. I'm the one thing I'm.
Dang it,
I'm
fish! Do not
undecided
bite
on
at the last
how
absolute second.
limiting Ascend will be. No.
God dang it, fish!
Oh, I can get adamant
I just
ore
want to
now.
know, like,
Heck
how,
yeah, 70s level 70s adamant ore apparently. Wild.
how easily usable Ascend is. But if it's as frequently usable as it seems like it should be, then it'll be great, yeah. Certain technical aspects you want spoiled. Yeah, I'm kind of the same. I actually did see a
That might have been
few
really late,
technical
actually.
aspects spoiled without seeing too much other spoilers. I won't mention any, but in case some people don't want that. But I do know at least a few things, like quality of life related things. I'll at least
Yeah,
say,
don't talk about the secret quality of life features.
quality of life things looking good. Is that a spoiler? Is anyone upset about being spoiled that the game isn't going to be terrible on quality of life features?
That gold lion was just minding his own business. Also, oh yeah, see if she's gonna get his horse killed.
I guess maybe that's just its fully upgraded armor.
I'm gonna go read and craffle at the same time.
Alright.
I'll see you later.
See ya.
I forgot how long the Ancient Bow startup is.
Nice parries, Yuji. What the heck?
I should have done that.
Especially when that's it's just a free flurry.
I mean, I guess parry's better if you get to mount.
Is the headshot higher or lower?
It's lower. Silly CMG.
Oh. Nice parry.
She just takes that head spotty every time.
I did discover you can only have one Hylian shield at a time.
Yeah, I don't know how you get dupes. I think you buy them from somebody after you get the first.
Maybe?
I
I
think
assume
it's
maybe it was
Terry
like
Town.
if you break it, you
I think it's like a fully finished.
you can
Terry
go
Town thing.
get another one from the thing, but yeah, maybe that's a Terrytown feature.
No, we're making full headshot. It's dead. Okay. I kind of just want my sword to break. Sorry I had to take it out on you guys.
See if Cheetos Wolves were asking for it.
I hope they rework the durability, says some idiot in CFG's chat. I hope they refine the durability, but keep it generally is fine.
I mean, it looks like the durability is the same as always based on the one video they showed.
Well, Fuse does something with durability.
Yeah, Fuse does, like, basically... It seems like it strengthens the item, but, like, the base item durability seems the same.
Yeah, but you're gonna fuse everything. So.
Well, yeah.
I think there's not 40. There's
but
like
I mean,
30,
I think Fuse things
I think
eventually
like
break too, so...
Lionels? Is that it? Anyone know the number of Lionels? I know it's not... a multiple of 10. 28, okay. Okay, so I've been here before.
Alright, I might do this load of pay dirt
Oh, that
and
looked
then
like one of the ones I need. No.
go do other stuff for a while. I still need to come back and finish the coal bag.
Did you do your custom deliveries and such this week?
Yeah, I'm already done.
Okay. Molly, why?
Oh wait, can you shoot them? I've never shot the butterflies before.
Yeah, I think shooting them makes them poof. I don't think Lionel's here are anything like Ganon and OT, to be honest with you.
Yes, chat is dumb.
Oh no, our Ruthless Fury didn't come back yet. Oh well, guess we'll do this the normal way. Nice.
Oh, there is a set bonus for warriors.
Nice.
Yeah.
I didn't think there was.
Just keep doing dumb stuff.
It reduces your stamina use for charge attacking.
Oh, that's sick. I am the Ganon Korok.
Really?
I am Phantom Korok.
I just want to roll Claymore.
I'm done crying.
I don't need 2 Thunderblades.
How much pay dirt am I at? 30-ish? 27, yeah. I think the coal bag, is the coal bag 80 or 100?
No.
100. Alright, so ways away
Dude,
from
get
that,
away,
but that's okay.
get away from the thing.
Oh
My horse
no.
is gonna die.
Poison the MG's horse.
Can your horse actually die to thunder? Oh my god.
CFG, get out of here, the horse is dying! That's too funny. Dude, freaking ripping horse. Thinking about dead horses. CFG needs to take better care of his trusty steed. Alright. Let's get my money.
Yeah, I guess I could just whistle.
Or so like, it's like, I am done with your shit.
Yeah, this is...
been there? That island? No.
I don't think I've been to that island either.
I went to that island. I didn't find a single thing there, not even a Korok. Maybe I'm an idiot though.
Really?
I was pretty shocked that there was nothing here.
Seems like a sus island.
I don't want to use my ancient spear on these guys. I should use spawn them.
He spawned them, CFG cheater. Since when do choo-choos divide?
I'm assuming it's a mod thing.
Maybe.
Because like some of the ancient enemies do it too.
Okay. It makes sense.
I don't know why
that
they thought
would.
that was a good idea.
Really nothing here?
Yeah, kinda. It's just like kind of obnoxious though.
Oh, sure. Need to grow some white
Not even a
Turdities.
Korok?
DD. Where did my white Turdities?
It's Mekar Island. Good texture glitch.
Oh, I have a plant to kill. Heavily, if you see Joe
It's
for me.
notorious for having nothing on it but enemies.
Tell him to
Alright.
wait, because I still got
guess that's it
plant to
for
kill.
this then.
Good job, CFG. You waited 5 minutes.
I feel like I should at least check over here. There's probably something over here. I should still make it daytime. Or not raining time.
May our souls remember where we said we'd meet. On the way to kill this plant.
I'm not sure that's right, actually.
Pretty sure it is. What are you now, eh?
Wait. Do I still get... Okay, I do still get caught there. Never mind.
Yeah, I don't think you can do that, CFG.
He's violated the law.
Stop, you have violated the Korok law.
Where are my black knives?
Thought I might have been able to go to the edge or something.
Alright, grab anti-poison potion.
Back up here.
Oh, I get so
Lobsters, lobsters, gotta eat these lobsters. Good raspberry seed.
Good floating horse. Nice. Just drop down.
I was gonna ask why it's not using the master cycle, but I guess it's kind of annoying.
He was using it earlier, they switched to horse, I don't really get it.
Maybe he ran out of fuel.
Just throw apples or something in it?
Yeah.
Alright,
or
I'm gonna head to
bug
bed.
parts.
Good night, guys.
See you, Dave.
Arrivederci.
Come on. Come on. Why does this look so funny? Oh, there we go. I should put Travel Medallion here before I go down. Or actually, I should climb to the top, put Travel Medallion there, and then go down. Why is the cold music playing? It gets colder as you go up in elevation, so probably just because this is a tall mountain. It's cold. But now it's gone because I'm going down.
Your microwave ready.
Or microwave. Kinda hungry.
There. You see. You seed.
You're a Yua.
I am. Thanks for noticing.
Sometimes I think that shorelines like this are a place where they love to put Koroks, and then there's never Koroks there.
Alright, what herbs can I grow today? Hadalandars? Is that really my best option? Looks like it. 7 Hadalandars it is.
Korok seed count is 80 plus 441. So 521, I guess. I'm getting there.
Okay, I got plenty of fertilizer.
No, second one doesn't add Koroks. In fact, it actually removes 50 for memory purposes.
I grow lantidimes everywhere. That's big. Big herb. This. Let's use this.
What if somebody told you you had to gather all the Koroks?
I'd simply say no. Knit.
Forced to gather Koroks?
I'm going really far off the path I intended to go on. I might go back soon. Do this later.
Wish I hadn't already watched that Magic game, so I could watch it now. I don't know what else I would watch.
Yeah, okay. I'll stop
CFG,
here
but it's...
and do Death Mountain check later. No, I don't mean offline stop here. I mean going off the path I was planning on. I mean, I probably won't be on for that much longer.
What
But not yet.
YouTubes is there to watch? Not much.
The fish refused to bite.
Is that your last
Gave you
relic?
PTSD.
Yes.
sorry for
I just need to
Giving you word PTSD.
do this
PTSD
part.
about just simple words like.
When are you finishing
stop
your relics?
or Anyway.
You know, when I finish RuneScape. Or when I need them for something.
What? That's next patch.
You steam a good point.
You don't want to stop to make relics during Tears of the Kingdom, do you?
Maybe I'll do it
No.
later.
Local man really doesn't want to grind that right now.
Nah.
He's on the cycle again. I don't know what he's doing.
I don't know either.
I have traveled here. Well, not here before, but close to here. Oh? Frogmask? No. I was hoping Frogmask would activate as I got close to this. Starting to get to the point where the time between Koroks is definitely increasing. No, it's definitely not guide time yet. My plan is, well, you know, minus the fact that Tears of the Kingdom is going to ruin the plan. My plan would be, if I can look at the map and look at my hero's path and say that I've confidently checked pretty decently over the entire map, then I'd start using a guide. But there's still plenty of places I haven't really checked yet.
CFG, have you considered that the prize for collecting all the Koroks is a poop?
That's a Korok I've already gotten. Have I explored the outer rim? No. Okay.
Alright, I'm switching off CFG. People in his chat are starting to annoy me. They're they're just like all asking or telling you about spoilers, and it's like, don't really care about small stuff, but they're not asking about small stuff. I'm afraid somebody's going to answer some of these people.
If it were me, I would simply not read his chat.
Fair. That's a lot of Lantidimes I just got. I'm a Lantidime guy.
Yeah, I am understanding why people suggested the strategy over patience.
What strategy?
Price catch, just spam hook and reel, or reel and hook, whatever. Cast and hook.
I see. Let's see. I need 20 noted watermelons. I need 20 noted coconut guns that can fire in spurts. If they shoot ya, it's gonna hurt. It's bigger, faster, it's coconut gun. If it's coconut guns, it's got a coconut gun. Okay. DK coconut gun.
For the last 5 years, I've literally had something on my calendar that said, call Syracuse Lava Lab. It's one of the only places in the world where science and engineering and art meet to create lava, and it's something I've been waiting to do for so long. Well, guess what? Today, during finals week, we're doing it. So I'm here today at the Syracuse University Lava Project. I'm up here in New York checking out one of the only places in the world where scientists use heavy-duty machinery to make real lava. Yes, you could go to a place like Iceland and try to see what Mother Nature's already doing, but here at Syracuse University, they're controlling every part of the lava-making process, from what goes into the lava pouring rate, the slope, what they pour it on, and they allowed me here. Making lava isn't just as simple as heating some stuff up and see what comes out. As far as I understand, this crucible behind me was kind of a Frankenstein construction.
What if I close the FG for being boring?
Dr. Carson went to a number of different contractors.
If I close the FG for being freaking boring?
And he wanted to make this beast behind me. They thought he was crazy. This thing is sucking down many cubic meters of natural gas, combined with all of these pipes to generate this crazy swirling vortex of temperature. When this lava comes out, it's going to be 1,500 degrees Celsius, which is well over 2,000 degrees Fahrenheit. So hot, in fact, that we can't really get anywhere near it, and it might melt our cameras. Hopefully not. But I've never seen a lava flow before in person this close. In fact, I think this is the closest anyone can really get to lava without actually igniting. The other thing is that you can't just throw anything into that furnace. Yes, pretty much anything will burn and or melt in that furnace, but what goes in is very important when you're experimenting on what goes out. They're getting some very specific basalt minerals from Wisconsin that they use. It's about 1 billion years old. They're using that to see how lava naturally comes out of volcanoes and ferromagmatic eruptions, as Dr. Carson tells me. They also need to put like heavy-duty steel down, or else it melts everything in the area. it's not all raw energy and fire and rock and heat and smoke here either. It's high tech too. You see this bullet time style of cameras they're setting up behind me? Well, this was put together by one of the students here at Syracuse University, and what it does is take still images and video in sequence so that later they can create a 3D model and spin-aroundable image of the lava. You see, you can't just take any old instrument like the camera you're watching me on and put it close to the lava to look at velocity and viscosity and another sciencey V word. No, pretty much anything would melt. So they have to have a camera system like that so that after the fact, they can see how the lava was looking and how it was flowing, and that informs everything that they're doing here today.
Oh, shit.
After a lot of setup, I was about to check out the first lava pour of the day. What you notice immediately is, of course, the sound of the furnace, but the intense...
No, do not collect that because I forgot to freaking use price catch first. God dang it, I was almost done.
Almost.
This fish at least.
Oh, wow, that's so awesome. Wow. What strikes you immediately is even though it doesn't look like there's a lot of lava here, it is so radiant with heat energy that you can't get anywhere near it. You can see Bob in the background there, and he's a pretty hardy dude, but this is as close I or my cameras could get because, like Dr. Carson said, it's like standing next to a bonfire, but a bonfire just distilled to its raw heat energy. The bubbles that are forming there are from the moisture content of the sand. Even though the sand feels completely dry, the lava is so dang hot here, thousands of degrees, that any moisture content in the sand will immediately evaporate, turn into steam, and then push some of the lava out of the way, which increases the surface area and creates these otherworldly, beautiful bubbles. And just a few minutes later, it looks like the lava is almost all the way cooled and it's starting to crack, but it's still extremely hot and might take hours upon hours to fully cool down. Now here is something I bet you have never seen before. This is a bubble made out of solid stone. This is a lava bubble, as Dr. Carson puts it, and it's something that's kind of exclusive to experiments like this. So when the super hot lava runs over the sand, even though it doesn't look like it, there's still moisture in that material. This moisture evaporates and pushes the lava outwards, spreading it out, creating more surface area, and this increased surface area cools it down very rapidly, which forms these bubbles. Now, these are just a few atoms thick. Literally, these can almost float on the air. They sound like pieces of metal when they hit a surface, which kind of makes sense because there's a lot of metal and minerals in this. And what you can learn from a lava bubble like this is, if you look closely, you can see how the bubbles of gases are expanding, how thin the lava bubble gets, and that tells the scientists here at Syracuse everything from viscosity to velocity, and it's kind of analogous to what happens in other lava flows around the world too, where if lava is confined in these bottlenecks of volcanoes, the gases expand, but then they explode, these bubbles rupture. So getting them crystallized and forevered is the technical term. Like this, you can see things that you can't really see anywhere else, and they're very delicate. Take that.
Yeah, I think one of the cool things we can see is how the water vapor from the sand has expanded and blown these beautiful lava balloons. And that's the same thing that's happening inside of volcanoes, like in Iceland, where you see fire fountaining, the lava shooting up in the air. It's because bubbles and gases are expanding like that, but all those bubbles are bursting. It's all the just pieces of bubbles are flying up in the air. Here, it's cooling off, and things are rapidly, so the glass is forming, it's still intact. And also, it's unconfined. It's not just stuck in a bottleneck, like in the volcano. Here it's just wide open, so the bubbles can just expand as much as they want.
You're right back.
But it's kind of a race when they form, because the lava's getting stretched. You can see the stretch marks inside the bubbles here. The lava's getting stretched as it cools, and they're still expanding. So eventually, the bubble will break. My name is Jeff Garson. I'm chair of the Department of Earth and Environmental Sciences here at Syracuse University.
So this is the Syracuse Lava Project and Lava Lab. How did all this get started?
Well, basically started one day when my colleague, Bob Wysocki, who's a sculptor and an expert in foundry processes, walked in my office and said, hey, I want to make some lava. Of course, I thought he was crazy. But after we chatted for a while and realized that he had the expertise and the equipment to do it, we just started melting some ancient lava and pouring it out to make our own lava flows.
Does your research align with studying lava as well? Were you interested in this before he made a giant furnace fueled with a lot of natural gas?
Well, it doesn't align perfectly. I'm basically a structural geologist. I'm interested in rift zones and mountain belts and things of that nature. But I immediately saw how what Bob was proposing would allow us to make lava flows under a controlled situation that was between the scale of investigation that was going on, between people who were studying real natural eruptions and what people were doing in laboratories. We're sort of in between at the sort of meter scale. We've been doing it for about 11 years now, and the project has grown and evolved in all sorts of complicated ways. We started out using a relatively small furnace with a crucible that's about the size of a 5-gallon garbage can, and just pouring the lava out manually indoors. We graduated to a much bigger tilt furnace that has a crucible in it that's almost the size of a bathtub, and we can pour out a couple 100 pounds of lava at a time, and of course that was outdoors.
After the lava flow is sufficiently cooled such that you can handle it without your hand setting on fire, some of the students here at Syracuse start breaking apart the lava flow and cleaning it, because you can use the same material that was once molten just a few minutes ago in the next pour. You can recycle just about anything. And when this volcanic glass, this obsidian, is hardened, it is absolutely beautiful. You can see how the lava flowed. It is now frozen in time, and the edges of this stuff are just a few atoms thick. It can slice you like you were, I don't know, trying to cosplay as an Asgardian god or something. This is more or less the only place in the entire world where you can find artificially made lava. This took a number of scientists, number of artists like David, who we've been talking to. He put this all together on a shoestring budget to create situations and experiments that you can't do anywhere else in the world. In fact, some of the results have been so interesting that other geologists and geophysicists have been like, nah, that doesn't happen. But it does! While the outside experiment gets reloaded, the indoor furnace, this hellmouth-looking thing, is now ready to go to pour on a different surface with different materials. All the operators for this indoor version of the lava pour experiment have to wear these suits to get anywhere near it because these suits block the intense infrared radiation. Now keep in mind, as you might be able to see from the incredible glow of everything they're touching, this is just about as close as you can possibly get without melting cameras and burning your skin off. And look at the color. The lava here is so brilliantly hot, so many thousands of degrees, that our cameras can hardly tell the difference between what is pure white and what is just hot lava.
Oh, it's so damn hot.
Right around 11:50.
One thing that you don't realize unless you're right up next to lava is just how much heat energy it carries. Yes, you know lava is very hot, but this lava flow, though it may be small, has so much heat energy that this is going to take like 24 hours to cool down. It's 1100 degrees Celsius. It's so hot, in fact, that this steel plate it's on is currently warping. It is bending because of the expansion that it's causing on the top. If the top of the metal sheet expands, that means it's going to curl downwards like this, right? And so you can see just how much it's heating, cracking, bubbling, breaking. Lava science is awesome.
What are the advantages of studying lava in this way, especially for geology and science in particular? What can you really control when you're in here?
Yeah, well, there's a number of advantages. Number one, it's a lot safer than being around an active volcanic eruption.
Sure.
And, you know, that turns out to be pretty important because you can focus on what's going on right in front of you instead of worrying about dying. The other important thing is in a natural eruption, you just get what nature gives you. The slope, the composition of the lava, the weather, everything is out of your control. Here, everything is under our control. When we use the same composition lava all the time, we can control the slope that we pour it down, the temperature that we pour it at, how much moisture is involved. Basically, we're in control of all those parameters, and we can vary them a little bit at a time to see how they affect one another and the shape of the lava and its behavior.
How many other places in the world do anything like this?
Basically none. I mean, there are a few places, a few museums that will heat up some lava just to show that rock can be melted. Places like Hawaii, for example, they do that. But there is one place, actually in Iceland, a place that my colleague Bob helped build with a smaller tilt furnace where they have an exhibition where they show people that you can make a lava flow.
So that sounds like the only people in the world who do this are you and Bob.
Right.
That's fantastic.
You know, I think we learn something new every time we pour the lava. Something happens that's a little bit different from what we expected, which is, it keeps it interesting and really fascinating for us. But I think when we see sort of bubbles forming in the lava, sort of balloons, I think that's one of the things that gets a lot of oohs and ahs.
Yeah, it's really beautiful, and it makes this. It's so counterintuitive because how thin the bubbles are. When you touch them, they make it sound like you're hitting like some tin foil or something like that. It's just because of the mineral content and stuff in them. It's very odd for what we consider bubbles to be.
Yeah, it's weird, dirty glass.
What are some things to look out for when you're doing a potentially hazardous experiment like this? I know you may have gone through a couple of cameras before.
Right. I mean, just anytime you're dealing with really high temperatures, I mean, it's pretty unforgiving, really.
How are the mines?
On the other hand, it's really no more dangerous than being around
The
a
heck, you
campfire
can't leave the
or
mines?
a wood-burning stove in your house. If it feels warm,
The heck?
just step back. It's not a big deal that way. The only real danger is when there
Get
are
back in the
fluids
mines
around.
right now.
If there's water that can be trapped, if the water is trapped and turns to steam, it expands
That's good.
instantaneously by 1,000-fold in terms of volume, and it can carry chunks of lava with it. So there's the possibility for that kind of splattering of lava to take place. But we're very careful to dry the sand out, make sure that we pour the lava over, try to make sure we never have that confined water.
For the last pour of the day, Dr. Carson and his team wanted to go all out. Not only pour on top of an...
Alright, let me go blast furnace. OSRS. Gotta figure out how this actually works here.
Alright, hello everyone, how are you guys all doing? Today we are here with another video, and this one's going to be on smithing. So blast furnace is a thing that I feel like is always really fun to compare in general, just because there's just, you know, a lot of different options with it. Now recently I was pitched the idea by someone named Iron Relax.
I don't really want to do this until I have a coal bag. So maybe it is back to the mines with me. Yeah, we'll just go back to the mines. Get that finished up, ideally.
Already substantial lava flow, but tipped the crucible until they released the molten metal they suspected was gathering at the crucible's bottom. They suspected that the impurities in the materials they were using were being sort of filtered out by the heat, having a different density and different chemical composition, mean that they were separating from the rest of the lava and accumulating at the bottom, and they wanted to see if they could get that out.
That's a lot. Oh no, no. And we're gonna start backing up a little bit. Yeah. Start backing up a little bit. Dang. This is the biggest flow I've ever seen you do. Good size. Well, on this one. Oh yeah, different color too. Oh wow, it does come right out underneath. Everyone. That's very cool.
I think we're good.
As you can see, they did indeed confirm their suspicions. There was molten iron at the bottom of the crucible, and because this iron is 3 times denser than the lava already poured, it instantly sinks to the bottom and flows, not like the syrupy lava, but like water, and beneath the lava itself. Do you see that? It's so weird. It looks so much different. It shows that even when you're dealing with something incredibly hot and incredibly dense, the interaction between these two materials can be as mundane as an interaction between water flowing under oil. It's just a density and viscosity difference.
It's counterintuitive that lava can be so hot and so potentially dangerous, but the way the physics of lava works, it can produce some interesting results.
Right. Yeah, the conductivity of the lava it plays an important role here. And for example, we used to have an apple tree out back, and we occasionally pour the lava onto an apple. And one of the things that happened was the lava solidifies around the apple, which is at room temperature. The lava's at over 1,000 degrees, but when it solidifies, that rind of solid lava is a really good insulator. So the apple doesn't really cook inside very much at all. We did the same thing with an uncooked chicken from the grocery store before. Poured the lava into the cavity of the chicken. It smelled great. We were going to have the lava chicken. It was going to be great. We're going to put KFC out of business. And instead, it made this exact mold of the shape of the inside of the chicken, and the whole chicken remained essentially raw.
Wow. What do you think would happen if I threw the One Ring from Lord of the Rings into the lava?
Well, it depends on what the ring's made of.
Titanium.
If it's made of titanium, I don't know the melting temperature of titanium right offhand, but if it's if the melting temperature is less than about 1,200 degrees C, it's going to melt.
And we can finally destroy Sauron, is what you're saying.
Well, it could be done. But we're kind of doing an experiment like that right now, where we're throwing iron in with the basaltic lava, and they're just fundamentally different materials in a way. I mean, they're kind of at the same temperature, but the iron is very dense, and its viscosity is very low, so it's very runny. So it sinks right to the bottom of the crucible. And it's sitting down there. It separates like salad dressing, like oil and vinegar. And so we're just pouring the basalt off the top like that. But our experiments later this week, we're going to pour both. And we want to see them come out and tumble and mingle together, as we think can happen on some planetary bodies.
You've been doing this for 11 years. Been working with lava, pretty much the only people in the world that do this kind of thing. If there was one takeaway you've gotten from doing all this, or one amazing thing that you've learned or grown to appreciate, what would that be?
I might say there are two important ones. One is that when you start from scratch in an area that is not set up for funding with the funding agencies or for publications, people just aren't used to it. They don't know how to react to it, and it's subsequently taken us about 10 years to kind of get to the point where we're publishing papers in the high-end journals. 10 years, that's amazing. Wow. That's a long time. So wouldn't be too good for someone just starting out in science. For someone near the end of their career like me, I can afford to do those sorts of things. The other thing is just experiencing the completely different perspective on what we're doing, mine compared to my colleague Bob's.
Sure, the artist and the scientist.
Artist and the scientist, and our reward systems, the way we live in the academic world, the way we teach classes, the way we explain to people what we're doing with the lava, it's just totally different. It's like we're from different planets.
Hi, I'm science educator and the least attractive Hemsworth brother, Kyle Hill. As legendary physicist Richard Feynman once said, if you think you understand quantum mechanics, you don't understand quantum mechanics. That's why before today's episode, I watched the documentary Exploring Quantum History with Ryan Green on CuriosityStream, the sponsor of today's episode. CuriosityStream is the award-winning destination for documentary series and feature stream like I did and go down to watch David Attenborough's Light on Earth later tonight, because as you know, if there's two things that I love, it's bioluminescence and old British dudes. Now, let's see just how much quantum mechanics we can understand today. To me, this might be one of the coolest and most easily amazing effects in all of science, but its explanation is also one of the most casually confusing. So today, what is quantum levitation? And how does it work?
You're staring again.
Oh, right, sorry. I may have developed a perpetual motion device.
Now entering the facility.
As with anything to do with quantum mechanics, to really get our heads around this topic, we need to begin with the basics. Yes, I could just hold up a wafer of yttrium, barium, copper oxide and yell quantum like I'm Deepak Chopra or something, but then we wouldn't really learn anything and we'd just be selling poorly written self-help books. So let's begin with magnets. How do they work? Whoop, whoop. Well, don't worry, juggalettes. Your boy got you. So a strong permanent magnet like the neodymium squares you are seeing on screen project a magnetic field outside of themselves as the result of innumerable atomic alignments. If we zoom all the way down to the size of atoms, we will see the secret of magnetism that has confounded many a juggalo. In this simplified diagram, simplified remember, of a single atom, we have a nucleus of protons and neutrons with a quote-unquote orbiting electron. The electron is zipping around the nucleus, spinning like a tiny moon as it orbits. This spin and the motion of the nucleus gives the atom an overall magnetic moment. Keep in mind, nothing is really spinning, it's more of a quantum mechanic, never mind. Now, in most materials, the magnetic moments of the atoms are all over the place, and any overall magnetic field that would be generated is instead canceled out by the randomness. But in a permanent magnet like neodymium, all of the atom's moments instead add up. They are aligned. The microscopic influence from quadrillions of tiny magnetic fields adds up, and an overall magnetic field pushes itself outside of the boundaries of the material. So far, so good? Great. Feel free to show that last part of the video to any juggalos that you might know who wear way too big shorts with chains. The next step is to understand what happens when a magnetic field starts moving. As we said, electrons orbiting their nuclei have some influence on the atom's magnetic moment. It stands to reason then that a strong external magnetic field might attract or repel those tiny magnetic moments. In short, moving magnets moves electrons. And this is the real key to quantum levitation.
Staring.
Yep, sorry. It's really cool. There is another name for moving electrons, for moving charged particles, and that is electric current. Now, one of the fundamental properties of electromagnetism is that an electric current generates its own magnetic field. So if you're following along, we have a moving magnet creating or inducing an electric current which creates its own magnetic field. The reason why this happens has to do with special relativity and the fact that an electric field or a magnetic field can be the same thing as viewed from different points of reference, but that has to do with Einstein and frame-dependent length contraction. And if you want to know more about all of that, you can just go to my adoptive father Veritasium's YouTube channel and check it all out there. What we want to know is that the magnetic field from this electric current is not random. In fact, it's created in opposition to the original magnetic field that made all of this happen. It's because of electromagnetism that these fields are always intertwined in this way, like peanut butter and jelly, macaroni and cheese, or millennials and depression. You know what I mean. You're probably anxious right now, aren't you? So to recap, a changing magnetic field or magnetic flux can induce an electric current or eddy current in some conductive material, which then in turn creates its own magnetic field in opposition to its parent, like a teen with very poorly cut bangs. Now, once you understand eddy currents that can attract and repel like normal magnets do, you can see some absolutely amazing physics, like the slowing of a strong magnet falling down in a copper tube, or the magnetic braking that looks almost like magic when you put a hunk of aluminum in an MRI. Don't do that. But even with a magnetic field strength of an MRI that is 50,000 times stronger than the Earth's magnetic field, nothing is levitating yet. Why? Well, that question brings us to the last piece of this puzzle. Did you ever do this little science experiment as a kid? I did. You take a strong permanent magnet and you run it along something that your teacher told you could become magnetic. Ooh, that's amazing, Mr. D. But now we can explain what's actually happening here. When you have something like a material like inside of this nail that has a lot of misaligned magnetic moments, you can take a strong permanent magnet like these neodymium discs and you can run it across the nail 20 to 30 times, and what it does, it causes all those magnetic moments to line up with the magnetic field specifically of this magnet. And so do it enough times and you can make the magnetic field of this look like this and have some fleeting magnetism. We can explain this effect now, and you could call it the juggalo down if you want, which I do want to do. When I was just a boy, before I invented the patented lion's mane, I got to ride a real hoverboard. Sure, it sounded like a dying cat when you turned it on and only had a battery life of a few minutes, but it did indeed hover. Now, the inventor of this hoverboard didn't want to tell me how it actually worked, it was patented and all, but when I guessed spinning magnets driven by a motor, he got all shifty, so I guess I'm probably right, and you now have the tools to explain why I was right. Spinning magnets in the bottom of this board would create some changing magnetic field, some magnetic flux, and this would induce an electric current in the copper beneath the board or another conductive material, which would create eddy currents which would serve to repel the board and lift it up. We are definitely closer now to quantum levitation, but again, there's a problem. Copper is very conductive, but there's still some electrical resistance to electric current in something like copper. To achieve truly effortless quantum levitation, we would need stable and non-dissipating eddy currents and zero resistance to electric flow. So now we need to go beyond the conductor to the superconductor. And this thing I've had in my pocket this whole time just so happens to be one.
He named it Stephanie.
What? I don't fall in love with exotic materials.
What?
What? Certain materials, under certain conditions, allow electrons inside of those materials to flow completely free of any electrical resistance and therefore form inside them perfectly stable ed and eddy currents. These materials are called superconductors. Stephanie here is just such a superconductor, which I spec'd out and purchased with the help of quantumlevitation.com. And the quantum condition she needs to be in is one of cryogenic temperatures. We can get these temperatures via immersion in another material, liquid nitrogen, which you can purchase easily enough just about anywhere. Now, why a superconductor exactly transitions into superconducting at sufficiently low temperatures is extremely complicated. It will have to suffice for me to say today that if you want to know more about it, you can look up so-called BCS theory, which won a Nobel Prize in Physics in 1972. What's important for us to understand to continue this program is that we know enough of the physics to make relatively easy and very nicely high temperature superconducting material. So now it's time to go all the way back to the beginning of this program. Watch this. Now, if I did my job right, you should be able to explain why this happens. Above the superconductor, gravity is trying to pull the magnet down. But if the magnet did fall, that would be changing the magnetic field, right? So in response to the falling magnet and the changing fields, eddy currents form and stabilize in the superconductor below. At every possible instant, we are witnessing a magnet falling but met by perfect eddies in opposition, flowing freely and perfectly in a superconductor. Also note that I can spin the magnet about this axis because it doesn't change the magnetic field. This phenomenon also works in reverse, and I gotta be honest, I've kind of been holding out on you. The reverse situation, which happens for different reasons, might be even cooler than this. Yeah, I know. wow, this is absolutely amazing, right? And you probably noticed something different. It's not spinning, it's not moving around, and if I touch it, it almost stays in the orientation I leave it in three-dimensional space-time, like it's magically locked in space. This is due to a related phenomenon that we just need a little bit more physics to fully explain. What's that? Oh, no, Ari and I just worked together. Saturday? Yeah, I should be. It's not, It's not weird. Just a quick aside about magnet safety before we continue. Magnets are awesome. They're quantum magic that we can see with our own peepers, but they are no joke. Very strong magnets like these neodymium discs, which you can buy basically anywhere, are deceptive in that they react with each other dependent on the distance. The attractive force between them gets exponentially larger the closer they get according to the square of the distance. That is to say, they don't seem like they're an issue until they're totally an issue. And with bigger magnets, this, if you're not paying attention, could lead to pinched skin, injury, broken fingers, all that kind of stuff. So for the rest of the episode, know that my magnets are being stored in special packaging, they're away from other metal surfaces that they could be attracted to, and they're away from my sensitive electronics. Look, magnets are awesome, but they are no joke, and you gotta take them really seriously, okay? What?
Are you using neodymium magnets as earrings?
No. Stop snitching on me today, dang. The ultimate in quantum levitation is this: a superconductor amazingly locked in space-time. It occurs because one of the other fundamental characteristics of these materials is that when they fall below the superconducting transition temperature, they expel all of the magnetic fields within them. When a superconductor is placed in a magnetic field, the material will force any flux, any changing magnetic field, to go around. Specific superconductors, though, type 2 superconductors like the one you see here, will let some field through. Now we have magnetic vortices acting like invisible pins, holding the superconductor in space, unlike the levitating magnet. If you want to put everything in more physicsy terms, our type 2 superconductor made of yttrium barium copper oxide, when it falls below the transition temperature, displays the Meissner effect due to the impurities in the material and therefore gets flux pinned in space. Those $10 words are nice and all, but they don't mean very much unless you understand the key concepts behind them, and hopefully now you do. And hey, let's stare at it some more. Crazy quantum levitation can get, stay tuned on this channel in the upcoming weeks because I worked with quantumlevitation.com to make what I think is a world first. It's gonna be awesome. Until next time. Oh, go.
Maybe I will just watch a best of the worst. What episode will I get?
I'm muted. I'm watching a Heath and the Beag.
Oh, get a vent. This is an old one.
So welcome to the Great White North.
Oh, this is the first one with Colin.
Parole violators.
Nice.
Ooh. would you like to tell us about Parole Violators?
Absolutely. So, Parole Violators. Sean Donahue stars as Miles Long.
Oh my God, is this a porno?
We'll find out. Ex-cop and current vigilante in this action thriller. Long has been dismissed from the police force for using violent tactics, and now spends his days tracking down parole violators and filming their discretions. Should it be indiscretions?
It should be.
Okay. I don't know.
He's just filming them discreetly.
Maybe
like,
they're just
in their
being,
windows.
Maybe they're being discreet and then he's filming them. Okay, so.
Something's gonna happen.
Give me money. Oh.
Oh, my back! Oh!
Oh.
That's nice.
Give me the money.
Joey, you're never gonna get it, are you?
Is he got a power glove?
No, he's recording on a video camera.
Okay.
Remember, he's recording discretions.
As evidence to put them back behind bars. When Shino, the psychotic child molester that ultimately led to Miles' dismissal from the force, is paroled. Oh God, Miles, this is gonna get dark.
I'm through with rape.
That was in the past, though. He's hopefully not gonna rape any children in the movie.
Oh, hi, Sarkenzo. Yeah, Prinny already finished to grade Ace Attorney for tonight, which is sad. Oh, Sarkenzo was in a parking lot. He's gone now. Did not notice.
Get her out here.
My baby, my baby.
No reaction whatsoever.
Bastards, I'll kill you!
The lack of reaction is hilarious. Oh wait, is he? Oh, this is getting gross.
Where'd you come from?
You could have seriously injured yourself jumping through that window.
No one else could have fit through that window. No. That was one flaw in your plan, Mr. Criminal.
That was just one more in his series of bad decisions that this guy makes throughout the movie.
Oh no.
With Tracy anxious to join Miles on it, we still don't know who Tracy is. With Tracy anxious to join Miles on his mission, the two head out to get back her daughter and end Chino's criminal ways once and for all. Replete with fantastic martial arts action, gun battles, explosions, and a vast array of stunts, Parole Violators is one of the few film that actually delivers on its promise of, quote-unquote, non-stop action. So much of a promise when you put it in quotes.
We have a movie about a child molester with a main character called Miles Long. Nothing about this is good.
Kind of looks like Jerry Seinfeld with Michael Bay's face. Why are you playing for?
Get this motherfucker out of here.
Did they just censor their own movie?
I think so, yeah. That's a different guy.
He's got like a cardboard. Look at the cardboard.
May contain scenes of violence or adult themes. Features: standard full frame, color, interactive menus.
Are you sure? Gino has about 20 guys with him.
10 for you, 10 for me.
Yeah!
Oh,
Hi, Mike.
Hi, Jim.
How are you?
I'm fantastic.
Good. Do you want to watch a movie?
Yes, let's see what our second film is.
The second film is David Carradine in Future Force.
Oh my God, look at that arm.
It looks really good. It's, I think, bionic. Robbery, $10,000. Murder, $50,000. Corruption, assumed.
With the bionic arm, now I know how he jerked himself off to death.
With crime ruling the streets and the police department out of control, there was no other choice but to call the cops, a ruthless band of county hunters in the civilian-operated police state. So it's an acronym.
Is that English?
Action superstar David Carradine electrifies the scene as John Tucker, the most powerful and feared of the cops,
As the leader of the city's future force, he stops at nothing to capture each bounty. But when murder and corruption are exposed within the organization, Tucker takes the law in his own hands, armed with a bionic cannon and a .357 Magnum. Tucker is the city's only hope for protection from its own band of mercenary killers.
Oh my god.
And he's wearing denim with a bionic arm.
Holy crap.
Yeah, he's drunk. It's looking like he has hemorrhoids or something. Ow, my ass. Ow.
I'm gonna go back to autoerotic asphyxiation.
Oh, that's great. How did they react before it happened?
It looks action-packed. Each crime has its price. Each criminal a warning. Each bounty dead or alive. Future Force.
It's Toonses. Is that the Toonses card?
I don't think so.
I wonder how good his acting in this is. I sure hope he doesn't choke.
I wonder how good his acting is in this. I sure hope he doesn't
What are you gonna
choke.
do with that thing? Change channels on
The
me?
David Carradine movie.
Oh god.
It's gonna very slowly do something. That guy could just kill him. He's just standing there.
It's gonna fly like Iron Man.
Oh god.
Could punch him in the balls.
Oh, that was it, huh?
10 minutes to stab him. God, oh my god.
Oh, civilian operated police state. This looks like Patrick Stewart.
I don't think so.
I think I'm traumatized by all these movies. I think I just know what's going to happen. It's like the minutes leading up to an execution.
Future Force.
Now I want that tape, Becker. You hear me? I want that tape in my hand. I want her dead in a box 6 feet in the ground.
Oh, he's trying.
And I want it tonight.
Someone has to.
Well, Colin, our final movie tonight is Gridin. Also known as Road to Revenge. Why are you pronouncing it like that? Because that's the title. It's one word, Gridin. There's no space in. Oh yeah. Is that on the side too? Gridin. Gridin. All right. Why don't you tell us about Gridin, also known as Road to Revenge, starring John DeHart?
It isn't only starring John DeHart. He wrote it, co-directed it, and he wrote all of the shitty love songs in the movie that you're gonna hear.
Okay.
So why don't I tell you about this?
Wait, hold on 1 second.
He also wrote a novel. It's on the back.
I was just gonna. Is this an official release?
This is an official release as far as I know. I don't know, but yeah, this is right from the website. This is the official synopsis.
Okay. There's lots of caps.
Lots of caps.
Okay.
Okay. A fast-moving, multi-dimensional action romance. So there's at least
Is
two.
this a science fiction film?
I don't know. There's at least 2 dimensions. I know that. Starring John DeHart. Action.
Damn, didn't I tell you this was a killer bust? And it's all mine. What's your problem, Normad? You almost got Huck killed. So what? You know, if that guy dies, we're doing the whole world a favor. You just made a big mistake. Not a problem.
What?
Whoa.
Oh my God.
What the fuck just happened?
Ran out of film. Does this help?
Yeah. Oh no. Now this is video.
I'll take it.
Starring John DeHart, action film veterans Wings Hauser and William Smith. Rick and Huck are two ex-cops betrayed by the Machiavellian Normad, played by William Smith. Rick and Huck team up to finally end the tyranny of this crooked, dope-dealing, cult-leading judge. Rick and his ex-girlfriend Cindy reunite after Rick has left the force. Cindy has had some intriguing visits with drugs, satanic cult followers, and she becomes their target.
I'm reading along with you.
Oh, cool. Just after Rick and Cindy wed, the newlyweds are chased while riding a motorcycle by Normad's Thigs in a car. I think that's meant to be thugs.
Or things, maybe?
Maybe.
Normad's things, whatever they are.
Probably, you know, it's something he summons in the cult. The resulting crash appears to end the life of Cindy. Rick is devastated by the loss and turns to seeking revenge with the use of crossbows, martial arts, guns, and other weapons. Rick, with the help from Huck, kill Normad and his thug friends, even in the face of U-21 firepower.
What is that?
I have no
Is that a
idea.
real thing? Is this a U-21?
I don't know. Who knows? That's not a crossbow.
And why is this woman farting on his head?
He looks terrified.
You killed the only woman I ever loved. And it's payback time. She was a full-blown bitch.
Jesus Christ. Was that the movie or the DVD?
I think that was the movie. That was the slow motion.
Wow.
Combined with a lot of action and camaraderie between Rick, Huck, and Cindy, there's true romance and thrilling moments with a surprise ending. I guess the ending's the only thing they left out of this fucking summary.
I was gonna say, I don't think we need to watch the movie now. I feel like I just have.
This is just the script that they just printed on the back of the DVD box.
They just had an outline and all the dialogue is improvised.
Yeah,
like a Judd Apatow film.
This was the pitch.
Okay.
So, yeah. Gridin.
Wings Hauser, for some reason.
Yeah, well.
What is he famous for, Wings Hauser?
I have no idea. But I've heard he's really, 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 really drunk in this movie.
Okay. Was John DeHart really, 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 really drunk when he was writing and directing the film?
Drunk on power.
Something I've got to know right now. Do you want me everlastingly? Do you want to be only mine?
Do you want to take a bath with me?
If the answer is yes.
You want to take your clothes off from my embarrassing movie?
Do you want to ruin your whole life?
I need a pizza break. Oh my God.
If the answer is yes, just sign this contract. Legally binding.
We didn't come from Canada for this kind of attitude.
Oh, well, they're getting snippy now.
That was
They show up a few times, now they think they own the place.
I thought they were supposed to be polite.
Oh, we were just like that particular myth.
Yeah, exactly.
They're only polite until we left the EU.
Oh, did you just leave the EU? Was
Can-
it Canada?
I don't think Canada was part
It
of
was
the
like our mother
European-
country.
Yeah.
So today we watched three movies, three movie films, and the first film we watched was Parole Violators. Jim, would you like to talk about Parole Violators?
From what I can remember, Parole Violators is a movie about an ex-cop who becomes a vigilante and is shooting video footage of people killing or people doing crimes. But eventually he gets into some trouble And that's where I lose the thread. Colin?
Well, that was a good start. So
You're passing the loony?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't get it.
Don't speak ill of our loony. We took a hit before we came down here, goddammit. Yeah, so I guess he's like a vigilante, ties people up, films them, catches them in the act of like performing crimes after they get out of prison. And then this one child molester gets out of prison and he's got like a real hard-on for this guy, Chino.
The child molester who looks like a straight-up gang member.
Yes, he's got the bandana and he hangs out with this sort of, I don't know, Latino kind of skinhead guy with like big Doc Martens.
They're child molesters, but they look like Latino gang members.
They look like they're from the Beat It video.
Yeah, exactly.
Which is very ironic.
But our hero, his name is Miles Long.
Miles Long, I think it should be called Inches Tall.
Right. So he's trying to catch these like child molesters.
Violators.
Yeah, exactly. But it's like assuming that everybody that gets out of prison that's on his list are immediately going to commit crimes. And it's like within 10 minutes of this Chino guy getting out of prison, he's already there in his face like, I'm gonna get you. And then the next scene is like Chino kidnapping a little girl in the park or something like that.
And it's a complete coincidence too that Inches Tall just happened to be in the same park.
Playing horseshoes.
That's right, he was playing horseshoes. That one's a ringer. Oh no! If only he had his camera, he could have just given the footage to the police. This whole thing would have been solved.
Yeah, exactly.
It would have been good if he'd followed a bunch of people and they didn't commit any crimes. It's like 20 minutes of the movie where he's just following innocent people,
stalking.
like waiting.
The whole movie, every couple of scenes, he confronts them. I'm gonna get you sooner or later. And they just never commit a crime.
And could they just like arrest him for stalking?
Eventually for harassment, yes.
Harassment.
And he uses the camera as a weapon too. Like just smashes the guy in the face with it, which just sort of seems, I don't know.
Let's bring a brick.
So then the second girl that is kidnapped is the daughter of this woman that he's interested in, who happens to also be an ex-cop, or is she still a cop?
She's still a cop.
Remember that when we first see her, they meet in the mechanic shop that changes tires on police cars, and there's constant sounds going on in the background, and they're shouting at each other.
How did Chino get out of prison?
What?
How did Chino get out of prison?
Out the front door like everybody else. What's your point, Miles?
Why are you guys yelling?
The parole board
Why are you
said he's
yell acting?
rehabilitated.
Or maybe they've just spent like too much time in the theater where they project.
What?
What?
You have like premonition powers.
Was that almost a spit take? That would have been amazing.
And then he cooks dinner at his place. And he makes pasta in a sieve, in a colander or something.
It's a strainer.
It's a strainer, yeah.
Mixing the pasta sauce in the strainer.
Which is exactly what you don't want to do with pasta sauce.
It's not gonna back off. What are we gonna do?
The next corner, throw the drill out.
Oh man, after all that trouble to get her?
Dude, slam on your brakes.
What the fuck? Wet Hot American Summer all of a sudden.
Well, our hero was consistently outwitted throughout the film.
Yeah. He's constantly like got blood on like the right side of his face.
Every move that Chino makes, he's one step ahead.
Yeah.
A video cop is just a buffoon.
Guy is terrible. He's constantly getting his ass kicked.
Fair, he is 4 feet tall.
Well, I think this film is not so much about the story as it is enjoying the very boring action scenes and stunts.
Right.
Because I'm sitting here, I'm like, what happens? And I can't remember. And then I remembered that the guy who's in it and the guy who made it are brothers, and I think they're into stunts.
Yeah.
What? Oh, through another window.
Oh no.
It just keeps going.
This is the most unexciting action sequence.
Yeah, it's like endless action and all of it's boring.
Here's the problem. They're competent stunts. They're competent punches. It's just it never stops. You could probably do like a 45-minute long supercut just of Miles Long getting kicked in the face over and over and over again.
And maybe the filmmakers realized that, you know, it was getting so repetitive, so that's why they introduced the internal affairs guy, this suit and tie, who's kind of the comic relief.
I guess he's the comic relief.
Yeah.
You want something? Who are you? What do you want? Oh, shit. Internal affairs, what the hell are you doing?
Investigating you. This isn't going to look good in your report, Tracy. It's not going to look good at all.
Then they go to the bar for the first time.
One of 7 times that they go to the bar.
They're at the bar a lot, and they always run into the bad guys, and then either they get kidnapped or the bad guys leave.
What? The fuck was that?
She came in and hit her bouncer with her gun.
It's like the lightest tap.
Yeah.
That was the second time they went to the bar. The first time is before the little girl even gets kidnapped. He just goes to the bar. I'm looking for Chino. And then they all just beat the crap out of Miles Long.
And then he gets the crap beat out of him again.
Yeah.
when they go
And
the second time.
then the girl gets kidnapped. Then he goes back to the bar. I really want to know where Chino is. And then they beat the crap out of Miles Long. And then the girl. And they take him to Chino. They capture him. They take him to Chino.
Remember the one bad guy with all the tattoos?
Yeah.
And she's like, I'm gonna kill you with this axe.
Oh,
And then
yeah.
I'm gonna hit it in the dirt, show you how I'm gonna hit you with this axe.
You gotta tell her what she wants, man.
Talk, you piece of crap. Talk to me!
Or I'll chop this dirt. Oh my God, hit him with that.
It doesn't get more intimidating the more times you do it.
And then they have a fight out by the pool.
Oh,
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's
So
Chino's place.
This was like the big plan.
Yeah, and the girl has her hands, like the actress has her hands behind her back, the little girl, and her mouth is duct taped, and she's sitting on a raft precariously that's floating around a pool.
Oh my God!
All it needs is shark fins floating around.
It's like a rubber dinghy. This
Yeah.
is like the bad guy's
little-
master plan is to put the little girl in the backyard. It looks like it's his mom's house or something like that.
I'm gonna take over the world, but on a budget.
He has a pool cleaner. He has a pool cleaner with a little spike on the end of it, and his big plan is to like poke a hole into the inflatable raft.
Sir, we need sharks for the death pool. Just put her on a raft. We'll poke it with a stick.
It's like little kids, like pretending the carpet's lava, like jumping around. It's like
Yeah, well, the whole like movie is like a kind of high school. It's it's almost like what high school children would think.
Oh!
Oh, there goes the little girl. I think they thought in their minds like they poked the raft and it would be like, and it would slowly be deflating and it would be this really tense. But immediately just girl fell off.
She just leans off and
She
falls into
awkwardly
the water.
falls into the water.
And then the mom jumps in to save her.
And then the guy with the broken nose gets in the water.
And while the mom is punching the guy with the broken nose in his nose, the daughter drowns and dies. temporarily, or has brain damage, and then is in the hospital.
She's had a period of lack of oxygen to the brain.
What?
I've been in a coma for years. And one day, well, we just don't know enough about it. We just have to have faith and pray. I'm sorry, Tracy.
Thank you, Dr. Eugene Levy.
It's like, I don't know what I'm doing. Maybe just pray, I guess.
Which is like, you know,
have to
it's
go
like
now.
like the last thing you want to hear from a doctor.
Yeah,
Oh,
the daughter's heart stops, and then the staff runs in, and they're like, okay, it's all right. Let's go back to lunch. And they leave. And then the mom's like, based on that almost death of my daughter, I'm going to try to get revenge now.
We're gonna kill everybody. They're dressed like something out of like a 1990s Kmart ad.
Oh yeah, it's like least action hero looking people you've ever seen in your life.
There is no particular rush to stop Chino.
No, this is pure revenge.
I mean, it's pure revenge. It's possible Chino may go and abduct a child somewhere during this if they wait too long.
Or then he will come after the little girl in the hospital again. It's possible.
Then
It's
just
possible.
hang out at the hospital. But
Exactly.
really, there's no rush to get Chino. And then, so they can't bother to take the internal affairs guy to the hospital. They're in such a hurry.
They dump him up.
In fact, he's shot in the chest, and they have a working car. And instead of loading him in the car and going, she takes the time to put pants on from a dead guy because she's embarrassed to run around in her underwear.
There we go.
Hope you had your tetanus shot, bitch.
Oh God.
It doesn't matter because she's dead. Wait. The end stunt is so epic, so
Oh my
grand
God.
scale, it's so embarrassing.
Talk about the roof.
That it's worthy for discussion.
It's amazing.
It's one of those things where he said this is going to be so awesome, and then it really wasn't.
Here's your girlfriend, Miles. She's dead. Just like you're gonna be dead, Miles.
Jesus. This guy really does suck. Oh my God.
He's like a character from, he may as well be the lead character in like Doom the video game. The amount of damage this guy can take and still, like everybody is like shot in the heart and in the head.
He gets in a horrible car accident, remember that, and he gets smashed into the car. And he just gets out.
And he was beat up so bad right before the pool scene. Once he gets into the pool to save the little girl, he gets out of the pool and all the blood's like washed off, like all
And
the
then the
makeup.
next, and the next scene is.
It was a pool filled with hydrogen peroxide.
Right. It was a pool full of Warner Brothers cartoon timing.
It was a magical pool that heals all wounds.
Return of the Last Crusade. Yeah.
Holy Grail. The pool was the Holy
water
Grail.
from the Holy Grail. Yeah. And I just filled it up. It took a really long time.
Dependence of Man. Sorry. Anyway.
We're just going down memory lane here because it's better than talking about this.
Down!
Hope you had your tetanus shot, bitch.
Get him in.
The next film that we watched was Future Force. Yay! Mike, tell us about
Why do
Future
I have
Force.
to? Well, okay. I'll talk about Future Force. It's Scarlet. Future Force stars 60% David Carradine, 40% alcohol. And a cast of lovable biker cops and a robot Power Glove sleeve, which it kind of looks like he has a prosthetic, like robotic arm, but it's a glove he could take on and off that has magical powers that he only uses sporadically for no reason.
Probably 3 times in the movie.
A couple
maybe?
times,
Something
yeah.
like that.
So we're assuming this takes place in the future, or at least a very alternate present. I don't know. It's kind of like RoboCop meets Judge Dredd meets
Dog the Bounty Hunter?
only with a lot less racism.
And it's supposed to be the sort of the future because he has a computer in his car.
That's right.
And he has a link to Billy, the tech whiz guy, who's, I think, probably built the glove for him.
He did.
Yeah, he did. Yeah,
Built the
because he
robot
was
glove.
talking to him about
And he
it.
keeps like, give me updates. How are you? Is everything okay? And he's sort of the hacker. He's trying to hack into the mainframe system.
He's like his Q. kind
Yeah.
of.
Yeah.
But they never explain why. I'm assuming he gives them cash.
They did later, so Billy's the one that I guess assigns him the cases or tells him about, oh, there's like a murder wanted.
Okay, because he hacks into the computer.
They probably, they probably like have a deal going where they split the profits from the bounties.
Yeah, he gets a
to beat
percentage
on the good
or
ones.
something. Yeah.
Everything in this movie takes too fucking long. Unnecessary shots of people driving cars, taking their time parking, backing out and parking a little bit better just to get more in between the lines, opening the door, getting out of the car, closing the door, walking over to the building, opening the doors to the building, and then they go to the elevator.
Then there's a bad guy who like pours himself a scotch, and he's sitting. He's just really frustrated. He pours himself a scotch.
Slowly. You gotta do this in real time.
Takes a sip, puts it down, looks frustrated, takes a sip again. And the only point of that scene is to show that he's frustrated, but it lasts like 3 minutes.
And that's the end of the scene too. It's like it seems like just every last shot of every scene just goes on way too long. Okay, can we talk about the first scene?
Which is like the best part of the movie.
Yeah, it starts pretty well.
Like production value.
But David Carradine, he walks really slow. Everything he does is really slow because he's so drunk.
Because he can barely walk.
He's
Kind of walks
so
like RoboCop.
drunk.
I haven't got all night. Classic 6-shooter. Yeah.
This is not so cool anymore.
There's like a scene in the movie where he's talking to the girl in the car at night, and he is almost falling asleep when he's talking to her.
It's appropriate sound effect. Should be running through the whole film.
I saw Billy laying there.
He's falling asleep in the shot.
He did a marvelous job acting like a washed-up, drunken police officer.
And he's only 35, right? When it was shot.
I wouldn't know.
This is at his most washed out.
I don't know. Have you ever seen the infomercial that he did, where he was?
I need to now.
He was trying to sell a rubber hose. Did you not hear about this? I'm not. Okay, look it up on YouTube.
Is it hard to sell a rubber hose?
It's David Carradine.
Was he examining like how you get? It's really flexible.
This is back. It was like an infomercial, like kind of days where people were kind of coming up with these like exercise gimmicks, like little things. So whatever.
Shake weight.
Shake weight, stuff like that. And it's infomercial with him in his backyard, and he's trying to sell this hose that you can do Tai Chi with, but he didn't have the actual like hose built, so he used a stand-in that was just a rubber garden hose. And look it up, it's on YouTube. It is the funniest thing you'll ever see. And he's like, you can do all these things with it. And his dog is sitting in the background of the shot, and at one point his dog is so ashamed it gets up and it walks out of the shot.
You could stand here and do it like this, right?
And they put a hit out on David Carradine.
Somebody, they hack into it.
John Tucker, has done treason, sentenced death.
And the bounty was like $100,000.
So whatever number is fine.
All the bounty hunters are now chasing after him to.
Which was the alternate title of the film was John Tucker Must Die, which was then later stolen for a 90s rom-com.
Then Billy hacks into the system at the very last moment to put a hit on the boss to say,
He has a little pop-up thing that says cure for paralysis found. Oh, I don't have time for this.
But then the guy who was choked by the robot glove hand gets shot.
How many sentences have started?
Who was supposed to he died, he was choked to death and he's lying there dead, and then suddenly he appears and he breaks into Billy's headquarters, how he knew where Billy was, because it looked like a secret basement somewhere. Telly Savalas knows where that is, breaks through the door, shoots him, knocks off the handicap sign.
Telly Savalas Picard. It's a hyphenated.
But Billy does save the day and hits enter.
No. That's a mistake.
All yours, guy.
It's a mistake, I'm telling you!
So who collects the money?
They gotta split it.
It's a very fallible system.
It is. It's not very reliable.
No, it's very
It just
hackable.
comes out on a pizza thing. I don't know why I want to call it a pizza thing. I'm just picturing it in a restaurant, now serving. I guess that would be in a deli, right? Now serving.
Maybe at the DMV.
At the DMV, yeah. Order number or customer
Now
number.
serving.
Yeah.
Number 53.
Yeah, exactly. That's what it looks like. Except it's a science fiction device in this film.
Your waiter is wanted for murder. Sentence is death. Also, your pizza's ready.
Do you remember when David Carradine was rifling through people's wallets, and we weren't sure it was scripted?
All the dead guys, right?
Yeah, he kills them.
And then he wanders over to the car and somebody stop him. He's trying to leave.
David, we said cut.
And then he goes to the girl's desk and he drinks her coffee and then steals a granola bar or something and just puts it in his
That's
jacket.
some great improvisation. That's some great improvisation, David. What?
He's just taking shit.
Just taking shit. He drank her coffee and stole her. Once again, not in the script.
Yep.
No.
I mean, there were no spectacular scenes or anything except maybe the helicopter chase, but they managed to make that really boring.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Driving as slow as I can.
But there's no look of danger in his face, like he's worried about anything.
There's no look of anything on his face, except the craving for more booze.
The Telly Savalas Picard man shows up. He keeps dying and coming back to life. The power glove chokes him, and it doesn't choke him well enough.
Power glove is really a piece of shit.
It's very ineffective, and he shows back
I
up
bet
at
David
the end.
Carradine wishes he had that power glove.
Why?
That fails to choke people properly?
The power glove he had choked him too good.
Oh no!
I never should have upgraded.
It's so funny he died. Oh, God.
Hey, look, when you die via autoerotic asphyxiation, people are going to be talking about that shit for years to come. You just have to deal with it.
I guess if you die masturbating, it's really pretty embarrassing.
Yeah. It's like everyone caught you. Nice parking job. Oh, he's still alive. That glove's fucking crap.
Yeah.
Doesn't do a good job at all. Spends too much time doing this.
Yep. That was exciting.
Oh, well, anyway, the Telly Savalas guy, he shoots him like multiple times and leaves him dead in the road. And then the actual actors, David Carradine and the lady, have to get in the car.
He's too drunk to drive, so he's sitting in the passenger seat.
She refused to get in the car if he was going to be behind the wheel.
Clearly had too much.
You may accidentally drive over the actor line. Nobody trusts him. He's a good 16 feet away, but we don't want to take the risk. He could somehow roll the Jeep Cherokee in the parking lot. Don't have to cancel Kojak and Star Trek: The Next Generation. I don't know what that means.
The world never got to see a David Carradine, Cameron Mitchell team up.
Oh, that'd be so good.
That would have been drunken fury. Booze and bullets. You have one scene where they're both too drunk to do anything, and like the whole scene is performed via like they got some like grips like poking them with sticks. They're being operated like marionettes. Like Cameron just passed out, and then like some kind of intern's got like strings on his arms, so it looks like he's driving the car.
I guess you think this is all kind of funny, don't you?
They're both dead, though.
Yeah. Well, the horrors of CGI.
Yeah, we could bring them back with CGI.
Would we want to, though?
Reanimate.
I would love to see somebody asking permission for their families for this. We want to make a movie with your dead father as an alcoholic cop.
Then you do the CG David Carradine. It's like his eyes are they're so lifeless. It's perfect. He's reaching uncanny valley. It's exactly like him.
Is that right?
That was Future Force.
So far, I haven't laughed once.
So I think we are done with Future Force, and we are now going to roll into Gridin. Colin, would you tell everybody about Gridin?
I would love to, Rich. Gridin is the brainchild of this man right here. It's John DeHart. I believe he's a lawyer, and I guess he wanted to make a movie.
A copyright lawyer?
I guess he wanted to get into the movies. He wanted to be like an action star, so he wrote, I think co-directed, starred in, and did the music for Gridin.
Lahi?
What?
Lahi? Are you still working on the relic?
Yeah, this fish is pretty slow going. Need more bait too. It's not necessarily more bait.
Man, can you swing? A beat start to move.
He looks like he's scared. Like
Yeah,
there's
I
someone
know,
off
he's
camera with a gun to his head.
Everybody's doing the shimmy and the slide. Oh, you're on fire when I grab you by the hand.
Clueless people need to make more vanity projects.
It's like terrifying.
I love his mic technique. Like,
Going out of range of the mic constantly.
He is an ex-cop. He's set up at the beginning with his partner Wingshauser by this evil man, Normad, which is like the weirdest name.
Normad.
That's not a name. That's just like a word that they made up.
It sounds like a mixture of Nomad, the autonomous robot from the original Star Trek series, and NORAD.
Yep, because that sounds ominous.
So NORMAD was first a police officer, then a satanic cult leader, and then a judge.
He gets promoted.
And a drug dealer. And a drug dealer.
Which is the career path most people
He's
follow.
a corrupt cop, yeah, and then he gets promoted to judges. Can cops get promoted to judges?
No. Not usually. Usually lawyers
You think you have to go to
become
law
judges.
school?
Yeah.
Right. So this girlfriend says, I got in, was hanging out with this crowd, and I started going to meetings, and then it cuts, and they're like at this satanic ritual, and they're sacrificing a baby.
She's okay with Satanism until that. That's
where you draw the line.
That's where she
It's like
draws
the baby
line.
sacrifice.
Is something gonna happen?
This is the heartbreak scene.
I
Music
hope
changed.
there's a love ballad.
Or he turns back the earth.
He rides his motorcycle. Around the planet.
He's like, hold on, lay on the planet.
And then this is when Rick, he's pushed to the edge, and he's finally, I'm gonna get even for you, Cindy. And then this is like this is 10 minutes before the end of the movie.
That was such a great synopsis, and very, very good, because the movie doesn't seem linear at all. Suddenly it starts taking off in weird different directions, like it almost seems like a musical with Rick doing his country music.
It's borderline incomprehensible, and this is one of those kind of ego projects, kind of like
passion project.
I would say a vanity project, something like
passion ego.
It's comprehensible. It's just superfluous.
But there was that point, you guys were going, I don't have any clue what the hell is happening. And this was 40 minutes into the movie. We're the plot hadn't really started yet.
Well, I know what's happening. Huck's ex-wife is trying to frame him for murder, and then it just never comes up again.
Electricity, huh?
What the fuck?
Aren't you glad that everybody doesn't honk when they're horny? Let's keep the show going with a game called If You Know What I Means for Brad, Colin, and Ryan. I love this game. It's also a good, fun party game when you're out drinking. You can play this game.
If you want people to leave.
Yeah, in this game, the performers are acting out a scene, but they must use as many obscure euphemisms and cliches related to the setting as possible. The scene is 3 track and field athletes talk in the locker room after a big meet, and the game is called If You Know What It Means. Take it away.
Woo. So, Ralph, did you see that female pole vaulter? I'd like to pass her the baton, if you know what I mean.
I was too busy waxing my javelin.
It's a shame Zerkanza can only stop by when he's in a parking lot.
What?
I said it's a shame Zerkanza can only stop by when he's in a parking
I'm
lot.
just glad I got time to air out my shot puts, if you know what I mean.
I got a score of 8 from the Russian judge, if you know what I mean. Woo, woo. So, I saw you were not quite running in your lane today, if you know what I mean.
I like to hop, skip, and jump occasionally, if you know what I mean.
Hey.
I know what you mean.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I didn't want to say it.
Yeah.
I don't want to have to do any moves on your pommel horse, if you know what I'm saying.
Hey, come on, come on. Don't make me chalk my hands, if you know what I mean.
I know what you both mean, but I'd like to tumble on somebody's mat, if you know what I'm saying.
I'll give that a 9, if you know what I mean.
I've got a 9, if you know what I mean.
I've been having trouble. I've been disqualified for an early start, if you know what I mean.
Well, why don't you just clean and jerk, if you know what I mean?
Well, nothing better than a 200-pound snatch, if you know what I mean.
That's never gonna make it to air, if you know what I mean.
Shooting paper?
Shooting paper.
Gas.
He's shooting his bills. Oh.
Credit card.
Is that a cap gun? They're not going off?
Wings Hauser is completely drunk through this entire film, and
he has about
probably on
3
something.
major scenes that go on too long where he's just raving, like lunatic
I
raving.
think he has more scenes probably than Rick, like the lead actor.
Well, he's about 30 times more interesting.
Yeah.
I would like another drink, okay? But at this time, at this point in place, right? I'd like something with some class, okay?
He's genuinely like, yeah, he's drunk.
This man has no class.
How about a bullet? That's what you're drinking. It's been classy enough for you since 10 o'clock.
Great! Then give me a bullet. Fine, man. Give me a bullet. I'm sick of this shit. How about you? Would you like a bullet? A little class? Huh? Give my...
What is this scene?
He's a lawyer, and one day he thought, how can I fondle a Playboy playmate without going to jail? And this was the answer to that particular riddle.
The girl is only a part of it. It's the whole picture. It's, I'm a ladies' man. There's a part where he does like Shakespeare.
To be or not to be, that is the question.
Oh God.
Whether it is nobler in the mind to
Really?
suffer the slings and arrows of outrageous fortune, and thus the native hue of resolution is sicklied, or by the pale cast of thought.
Oh my God!
And she's like, "Oh, you're so brilliant. He's also really good at fighting. Oh, go up on the stage and sing, and you know, he's good at everything."
What makes it excruciating is that he's absolutely terrible at all of these things.
Not in his mind, though.
I think the best bad B movies are those with the horrifically delusional directors. Your Tommy Wiseau's, your Neil Breens, your John DeHarts. Whenever there's someone who's running the show who's just an embarrassment and doesn't know it,
They're
and makes for the best
clueless.
entertainment.
They're clueless as to what their actual talents are. Or aren't.
But maybe if he focused on one of those things and you know,
got good at it.
Got good at that, and you know, like the singing or the songwriting or the lovemaking.
You know that sometimes last over means you've already said your goodbyes.
Oh, yes.
Oh, no. Why did you lean her head back? Sort of thing. Are you just feeling the pain for this poor woman? Oh, no.
No!
Oh,
No.
Unbutton my grandpa pants.
Oh, this is so uncomfortable.
Oh, I can feel every wrinkle.
Oh,
No!
It's like, I want to be an action star. I want to be like, you know, loved by women. You know, I'm funny. He goes to the restaurant and he's telling jokes, horrible jokes to the waiter, and the waiter's like, oh, you're so funny, Mr. Rick.
I've been fine. Have you been, Vinny?
Fantastic.
I'm good, Vinny. I'm dating my father.
So I got a position joke for you. It's a very attractive young lady. Goes to the doctor for a checkup. The doctor says, "Hey, you got to disrobe." She says, "I'm very shy. Can we turn the lights off?" He says, "Okay." He turns the lights off. She takes her clothes off and she says, "Doctor, where should I put them?" He says, "Right over here on top of mine."
Wow.
That was good. What a professional.
I love Philly jokes.
This guy with a duck on his head, he goes to the doctor. The doctor says, "Can I help you?" The duck says, "Yeah, get this guy off my ass."
That one was good too. You always have a good jokes.
You just appreciate
I'll prepare your favorite dish.
It says in the back of the box, there's true romance and thrilling moments with a surprise ending.
Yeah.
Was it? What was?
Well, that's.
Oh, that the
But
girl,
she's,
the girl's alive.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
I think I called it at one point. I'm like, she's still alive in the hospital.
Oh yeah, because the nun, right? The nun's like, I can't tell you anything, but you got to come with me.
Yeah.
Or can you give me a drive to the hospital?
Yeah.
Like it's really awkwardly
Please
written.
give me a drive.
And what
to
does
the
he
hospital.
say?
He's just kind of like
I
ignoring
was
what
half
she's
expecting
saying.
the nun to try and give him a blowjob on the way to the hospital.
Well, I'm sorry, what?
That was the surprise.
Surprise ending?
He's irresistible, like even
Yeah,
to the
even to the
nuns.
nuns, he's irresistible.
To break their vow of celibacy for
him.
John
For their
DeHart.
new god.
But she's like very like adamant about, could you please give me a ride to the hospital? And he's just kind of like blah blah blah, and he's talking about his own issues and everything else. And
I will, and I know it's difficult, but please give me a ride back to the hospital first.
Well, okay, sister. I guess I can come back a little later
and then finally at the end, he's like, all right.
Yeah, and then he's like, "Oh, Cindy." They went through the whole fake funeral and everything, and he's just saying, "Oh, hi, Cindy."
And she says, "I couldn't tell you
because I was in
your
danger.
life was in danger. You
Or
had to
your life
pretend." She pretends that she was dead.
I'm glad you're still here.
You think maybe? I'm kind of let down. I thought someone was gonna buy me lunch.
I thought I was gonna bang that nun.
Oh no.
That nun's pretty hot.
Can we talk about the shimmy slide?
Let's do it again.
No.
Your waist is moving to the rhythm. Come on, pretty baby, let's do the shimmy slide.
This is probably, I think we could probably all agree this is like the highlight of the movie.
Do you think
Yeah.
do you think he was when he was making this movie and writing that song? He's like, yeah, this is gonna be a hit
This
song.
is the big hit song.
Yeah. Do you think he really thought that?
Oh yeah.
At what point does that dream die, though? You can't keep that delusion forever. Like, at least like mid-performance, he has to know that something isn't going right, right?
I mean, the song is, the structure, I think, is kind of solid for like a crappy country song. Yeah. It's just his singing's terrible.
But his stage presence.
Yeah, he's kind of.
He looks terrified. He looks like he's got the deer in the headlight. Like he's just on the road and a truck is coming to run him over. And he's just like,
Well, that's what I'm
What
most
if you did
surprised
the
about
shimmy
with her
slide?
is she doesn't look like, oh, this is grossing me out. Like, not like she looks like she's into it.
I
but
don't
she's
know.
Just kind of like, okay.
I
we're
don't
doing the scene
know.
now, and maybe she's just a really good actress.
Also, everybody canceled Squirtle. Are we stopping?
she doesn't get even.
She pulls off.
I mean, yeah, I noticed I was the only one doing it for how long?
I don't know, 4 or 5 days.
So what you're saying is she should have starred in 50 Shades of Grey.
I mean, I'm fine stopping it.
What about the part when they go to her parents' house to get her clothes?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I
And
think it's
he's
dead,
older
Jim.
than- That's her dad.
She's always had a bad attitude, Bill.
I mean, it's this
Wait a
deadest
minute.
Pokemon is.
Why don't you both calm down and try to work out your problem?
It was a
Who are
full
you?
week.
Another drug-contaminated devil
It's
worshiper from
dead. No,
Hollywood?
it's fine, I guess.
I'm a friend of Cindy's, and that ought to be good enough for you. I
It's
don't
not,
do
it wasn't
drugs
that
or
interesting of a
worship the
puzzle.
devil.
This is really...
I wish he would dump John DeHart and go back to worshiping Satan.
He's a failed limo driver who probably, I don't know, they're gonna get bad Yelp reviews after leaving the teens in the desert.
Oh yeah, he's driving around after prom.
He left us in the desert. Yeah, I'm not hiring that limo company.
Adios, Bela Lugosi.
She seems happy. I think that's the important thing.
I guess he does have a like a swimming pool and a hot tub and a swing, unless he's just like crashing at the neighbor's backyards. Like, just like this is the neighbor's pool. This is the neighbor's swing.
Hey,
I don't have a house.
Get out of my hot tub.
Get out of my hot tub, John DeHart.
Who took all the ice? God damn it, DeHart. Jesus.
He's in front of someone else's fireplace. Come home. He's putting ice on her. Get out! Get out of our house! Not again.
Before I knew it, I was attending these meetings.
Throughout the ages.
I look at 666 just on a little podium.
It looks like they use like house sign letters. Like
Yeah.
Oh God, you didn't sacrifice a baby.
My friends, we are here today.
Oh, that's the bad guy.
The cop is involved in a satanic cult.
I guess.
No!
Eyesore.
Yeah, you were right. Bitch isn't good enough to follow Satan.
No more noise out of you. You'll be serving our master.
You aren't hardcore enough.
You're not good enough to follow Satan. Why didn't they murder her then? Why did they let her leave and then find like?
They didn't find her until they ran into her at the bar. He's like, "You look familiar. You know, you're that lady that left our cult."
They
tied her to a post.
Oh yeah, I guess they probably should have killed her then and buried her or something. Yeah.
Yeah.
Jeez, John DeHart, he really didn't think about the screenplay that much, did he?
To be or not to be, that is the question.
The strange thing is, supposedly John DeHart has seen a movie before. Right?
One would assume so, yeah.
I mean, you'd think he would have some basic knowledge of what a movie is like.
It's a shame it's so late that we couldn't call him.
I'm Rich Evans. I have a couple of questions about your film,
Get
Get
it
Even.
on speaker.
Oh, I've never had to do that.
Well, how do you usually record it?
I don't record anything. I just talk to people like at home.
Let me see.
Yeah.
Have you hit call yet?
No.
Okay. I think if you hit call first, there's no screen that pops up? Oh, Jesus.
God. Did you hear call? Is it ringing? Is it ringing? How do you hang up?
Fuck, why is it going to picture? What is it?
Is it his voice?
Just press the top right button.
No, I don't know how to. Rich, hang it up. This is the fucking worst phone. It's so awful. How do you own this? Hit that phone thing. Exactly.
Hang up the phone. It's on his.
It's it's got a malfunction. It's supposed to turn off when you put it up against your face, but it's still off even when you take it away, and that is bad. Turn off, you fucker.
I'm recording all of your conversations, you assholes.
I need to report public nudity.
So, that was Get Even. I think Get Even.
Get Even.
Get Even. That was Get Even. And I think it is now time to pick
Get
our
Even.
best of the worst. Colin,
Get Ivan.
which movie is best
the heck?
of the worst?
Parole Violators, I think, was, well, it's like, its heart was in the right place. I can't really, hate it. Future Force, it was kind of like, it was interesting, it was kind of funny, had a, I don't know. The editing was very sloppy, and it was very long, and sort of just padded. Get Even was just like a weird, it was like an oddity. And it was just one of those kind of like, special movies, I think, that you really don't see, even though I can't really say that it was like amazing to watch. It's just a fascinating film.
If you could super glue them all together, you would probably have something very entertaining.
Yeah, if you could take the best scenes from each of the movies and then just sort of take out all the crap.
The weird vanity project, the drunken star, and the excessive kicks to the face.
Yes. I don't know, there's something about it that's just so very weird. So I'm gonna have to go with Get Even.
Jim, which movie is best of the worst?
Parole Violators, I was sort of complaining about the fact that the hero kind of gets halfway into the fight and beating up everyone, and he doesn't win until the end, but he gets the shit kicked out of him, and every time, and he's kind of a pathetic sort of hero figure, but he's also a very small man, but even the smallest person can change the course of history. He ends up with the girl and the girl's daughter, and everyone's safe and fine at the end. I guess that's a happy ending for a pretty violent movie. I don't know who the audience is for this, and it's definitely not me. So I'll move on to Future Force. I like Keith Carradine a lot.
But you don't care much for David Carradine.
Not so much David. But, no, I found this to be the most entertaining because of him in it. even though the movie was crap. And I don't know why the love interest was interested in him in the end. Moving on to, I mean, we've talked so much about this, I can't really add anything except to say, I mean, I said it was growing on me as it went on, but now just looking at it, it just makes me feel like I have the flu. So I'm going with Future Force.
Future Force?
Yeah, as my pick.
Rich, I'm sorry to do this to you, but my pick for Best of the Worst is Parole Violators.
Oh, fuck.
Looking back, it is a bad stuntman movie, but there's it had more funny moments throughout it. So if I'm picking Best of the Worst, I have to say Parole Violators because it's such a failure.
Okay, Get Even. It is the weird vanity project, and that's always interesting. Somebody who has no idea how talentless they are. But yeah, most of the movie, large parts of the movie are just like a slog to watch. And Future Force, so much dull fucking padding and that kind of lousy pacing, while bad, is never fun when you're just watching a scene of somebody walking to a building that goes on 5 minutes too long. Parole Violators, while it's a very minor victory, there's always things moving on the screen. If it's somebody doing a jump kick or driving a car, something is always moving. And so at least I felt like I was watching something. And by a slim margin, Parole Violators wins.
I feel like I should be happy, but I don't care.
Yeah, I know.
If you put these all, like you were saying, into like a teleporter from The Fly, like all of them into one, the movie that came out on the other side would probably be amazing.
Yeah.
That's how we have to destroy these movies.
Oh my God, yeah.
We need to merge them
into like an Uber movie. That
would be great.
Awesome. All of the strengths and none of the weaknesses.
All of the best snes added together into one film.
Parole Force Violators, ;even.
That's it. That's it. Let's do it.
Keep going, Mike. You're only a little bit way there.
Almost there?
Oh no, you got a lot more to go.
Is this how we're gonna do it?
To be or not to be, that is the question. Whether it is nobler in the mind to suffer the slings and arrows of outrageous fortune, and thus the native hue of resolution is sicklied, or
What's next? Oh, the Star Wars Holiday Special. Fair enough. I can't tell if this is the fake one or the real one. Are these men pawns?
These men are pawns.
Oh no.
Ho ho ho! Merry times, Rich Evans. Listen, I know that last year didn't go very well for you guys, but I have it on good authority from the baby Jesus. Things are going to go a lot better this year.
Well, if baby Jesus says so.
Well, I know a guy that knows a guy. That's all I'm going to say.
All right, let's do this. All right, Santa. What's our first movie here?
All right, our first movie is...
We're back, need more water.
It's the Star Wars Holiday Special. Oh, I lost it. I lost the movie. We gotta open another. Oh, it's defective.
Look,
No, it's
the
the
Star
fake
Wars
one. I
Holiday
don't know
Special is
what
like 2 fucking hours.
Next. Okay, double down, that's fine. Oh wait, is this the Max Landis one? It is.
So yeah, we narrowed it down to these 3.
That's
You know,
great,
I think we got a good selection this year. We don't want to end up with like another Haunted
Sure.
Ween like last year.
Ooh.
I blame that on all the excessive drinking. And not us just being irresponsible.
We don't talk about that anymore.
Yeah, no, I think these will be good. This is
really nice. I like that one. I like the demon stuff in that one. That's
Yeah,
really cool.
yeah, it looks neat.
Yeah,
Rich, come on. Like I know it's Halloween, and you want to goof around, but we got to shoot the episode, so let's be a little more professional here, okay?
All right, so what's after this one?
Oh, and then there's Shark Exorcist, which that one should be pretty good, yeah.
No!
Well, Jack, happy Halloween.
Oh, it's my favorite time of year. Candy and costumes and coldness. All the C's. All my favorite C's.
And crap, which is what we're going to watch today.
Oh, I get it.
Our first movie is Jacko. I remember seeing this at the video store all the time growing up, and I've never seen it. But it was recommended to us by Patton Oswalt because it's Cameron Mitchell's last film.
Oh no.
So,
I
yeah.
almost feel like we can't. Like, you know, once we watch this, we know where it ends.
We have to save this for the last best of the worst.
Ever.
That could be this.
This
So,
is it.
This is it.
You made it to the last best of the worst. Congratulations, everyone. What a fantastic cover. The legend of Jacko is all but forgotten to the townspeople of Oakmore Crossing, except in the nursery rhymes of children. Oh, so this is Nightmare on Elm Street kind of thing.
Meets Michael Jackson.
Almost 100 years before, Warlock. Yes, okay, no, that is a warlock.
A warlock or someone named Warlock?
No, a warlock,
Okay.
Walter Mechen, was hung for murder. But before he died, he raised up a fury of a demon creature to take revenge on the unwitting townspeople. Many died before it was destroyed and buried forever.
The creature?
The creature was buried forever 100 years ago.
Okay.
Buried forever. Coming.
So not forever.
Coming back.
Yeah.
Whoopsie.
So we're just brushing over the fact that the movie starts with a warlock?
When a trio of grape robbers.
Grape robbers?
A trio of grape smushers there make wine there.
This gave me flashbacks to that famous viral video of the woman stepping on the grapes, remember? You don't know what I'm talking about? Everybody knows that.
We all don't watch the foot fetish video.
When a trio of grave robbers stumble across Jacko's unmarked grave, they unleash the vengeful monster to continue its bloodthirsty quest.
Pumpkin monster.
Pumpkin monster.
Yeah, that's all they needed to say.
Jacko.
What happened to the warlock? Did it say?
He died. Before, oh no, literally he died before he died. I think they said he was hung. They hung him.
Okay.
He might have been hung, but they hung him. Here's the important question. If this is truly Cameron Mitchell's last movie, we got to start taking guesses. Where is he appearing? Who is he going to be? Angry cop? I mean, we can only hope.
Well, he'll be angry. I don't know if he'll be a cop. I'm gonna say he'll be man sitting at desk. My prediction is he's going to be in the same desk he was from Demon Cop. Because if this is his last movie, he's not going anywhere.
Did you find that too terrifying? I mean, has your mind ceased to believe that which I've shown you to be true?
Cameron Mitchell, he's going to be on the TV.
Oh,
That'll be it. Is he at the desk, though?
In the dark of evil. Love them.
Yes,
you're
right!
Oh my God!
You're so right, Jay.
Is that the same footage from Demon Cop?
It could very well be.
I don't remember exactly what he said, but... Because he was like a horror host in that, too.
Yeah. No, he was researching... He was like a doctor that was talking about the...
But it was done in the style of a horror host.
Doesn't he open the movie, though, Demon Cop?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Excellent call, Jay. You did it.
So we watched this movie for that.
Well, that's Halloween themed. I don't know.
No, you know what? This is a good starter. This is a good.
I told you I don't trust you.
Okay, Josh.
Oh, hello.
As you know, it's become somewhat of a tradition on Halloween to do a rock and roll themed horror movie.
Yes, it has.
And so I present to you Rock and Roll Nightmare with John Mikel Thor.
Yes. A hot new rock group, their sexy young girlfriends. It should have been the best time of their lives, but it ended up being a rock and roll nightmare.
Oh my God!
How many more times are we going to use this phrase?
Nickelback concert?
Ooh, close.
Huh?
2000 called. It wants its joke back.
that would be funny if Nickelback wasn't still a band, Mike. They're still out there. Recording some new music in an isolated farmhouse, the band gets more than they bargained for when something horrifying stirs in the darkness. Eternal evil haunts this place, and the band members start turning into demons from hell itself.
Oh my God, that sounds like the other movie we watched last year.
But
made by the same people who made that other movie we watched last year.
Right. But
is it going to be the exact same movie and they just change the title?
No.
Okay.
After a day of making music and making love, this band is starting to break up one by one, limb by limb.
So the arm's like going on a solo career. Left arm solo album,
Yeah,
right arm, whatever.
Is this the story of Def Leppard?
Oh! There's the joke. Coming back at you.
This joke was dated?
I'm sorry, Jay. One-arm Def Leppard jokes never go out of style.
That's true.
Michael, 1984 called. It wants to know what the year 2000 is.
Ooh. The band's lead singer, John Triton, is John Mikel Thor. John Triton.
Like, if your name is John Mikel Thor, just call your character that. That I don't think I can say enough how awesome that name is.
Okay, I'm with you.
Because Mikel Thor sounds like it could be a normal name until you see how it's spelled.
Because it's not John Mikel Thor.
Yeah.
It's John Mikel Thor.
Uh-huh.
Featuring head-banging heavy metal music by rock sensation John Mikel Thor, and some amazing visual and special makeup effects.
Amazing?
I think they're going to be amazing, but probably not in the way they need.
It fucking better be, because they were amazing last year in Black Roses. It's a lot to live up to.
Let's go fucking rock out, man.
I'm down with it, man. Let's go.
Hell yeah.
I'm sorry, what? That was my rock and roll air guitar heavy metal thing. Do it again.
Okay, great. Cut.
Okay,
Picturing this in my head, I can see the whole thing with split screens, and nothing matches.
Nothing matches really well, obviously.
This is gonna be good.
And then 6 hours. Are they sleeping in a bathtub? Is that a bathtub coffin?
Oh, it's a
I think
piano
it's-
bed. The guy was trying to tell him about earlier.
What is a piano bed?
I don't know.
It's not shaped like a piano.
Or a bed.
It looks like a lambskin bathtub.
It's
Dad!
Now it's a comedy?
Oh,
I'm out.
no.
I'm out. Goodbye.
Is this a joke? What?
No, like the rest of the movie has been a joke. This is the real movie.
Yeah.
Well,
Almost at 71 mining. Almost my way to get to the cool bag.
And our third film, we found.
It's not worthless though. 72 mining is needed for my arm's big adventure. I can go on a big adventure with my arm, if you know what I mean.
Oh boy.
If you know what I mean. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. My arm.
Spending a lot of time with your arm there, buddy.
Eh! That's the joke.
grabbed it off the shelf based on the title alone.
We just grabbed the first movie we saw, like literally. What are we gonna get? I don't know.
Well, it had an intriguing title. It's called Shark Exorcist.
Which fortunately was the first movie we grabbed off the shelf.
Okay, so there's a lady with, I guess, shark teeth on the back of the box.
I didn't look at the back of the box. I didn't need to.
So the shark is, I guess, exorcism implies that the shark is possessed by a demon.
Oh no!
So there might be demonic transfer.
Oh no! I know exactly what's going to happen.
Okay.
We're not going to get exciting shark attack footage. A shark is going to possess a woman.
Yeah. So the tag is, yeah, there'll be a shark for 2 seconds.
There'll be a shark for 2 seconds,
right,
and then we're going to get a woman running around with teeth.
Okay.
This is a mistake.
So the tag is Satan has jaws, and a little nice touch on the back. You're gonna need a bigger cross, which is of course a reference to The Exorcist. What's so funny?
I'm just thinking about that one scene in The Exorcist.
Yeah. And when Father Karras says, we're going to need a bigger cross, right? You're going to need a bigger cross. A demonic nun summons Satan to a small fishing village where he takes over the bodies of a great white shark and also a young woman. Double possession?
Oh, that's weird. Why did we just grab the first movie? Why didn't we do a closer inspection?
A chain reaction of evil grips the tiny community as the shredded bodies wash up and the possessed woman stalks the local populace. A Catholic priest arrives in search of his missing brother, and he must fight both.
Well, why the hell is the brother missing?
71 minus.
Is this just an unrelated side plot?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, that's his reason for just showing up in
Congratulations.
the film, and he must
Yeah,
fight
boy.
both teeth and temptation on land and sea in order to send both these man killers back to hell before the devil's tide washes ashore for good. Whew.
This is going to be embarrassing and weird, and at the very least, I'm curious.
I can think of nothing better to do with 70 minutes of my time.
Oh, it's only 70 minutes.
Yeah.
Oh, my God. Should we go watch the movie now?
I guess so. I kind of like can't move. Like my feet won't move.
I just can't will mine to move.
I think it's like a natural reaction.
Like self-defense?
Yeah.
Your self-defense body is just kicked in? No.
Yeah.
No, we're not doing this anymore.
Like walking into traffic. Like it's like that survival instinct.
Lord Satan, accept my sacrifice. Send me an avenger.
Shark Exorcist. Time for the fetish movie.
Its eyes are already glowing.
I think this is the one with the vomit fetish or whatever, convulsion.
Yes, yes, they convulse and vomit.
Not bad, but you know what was bad? Like,
Never seen that in a card before. Too freaking depraved even for 14.
Yeah, seriously.
That's the thing about almost dying, Emily. It is a real buzzkill.
Yeah, that was the fucking quote.
The more you know.
Normal.
Yeah, what's going on?
This makes the movies better. Look at that ghost. Look at that ghost. There's a ghost.
Oh my God, that's so fucking spooky.
And that big pumpkin.
That's scary. Everything's scary.
What's up with
It's
that?
very
Why is that pumpkin? It's gonna be on a guy and come at
That
me.
is roughly the actual size head
of Jacko, our first film.
Yeah, that does look like the Jacko.
It does
pumpkin.
look like it, and it's probably to scale about the same size.
You can put that on your head.
You just need a haysicle.
Yeah.
And a bad costume, and a bunch of bad actors, and
no scripts.
And a town with 2 streets.
To be fair, I think we counted 3 whole streets, and don't forget the boobs.
Well, there's 2 boobs.
2 boobs, 3 streets.
4 boobs.
4's a crowd.
Oh yeah, that's right.
4 boobs.
The one girl, very, very briefly.
Yes.
That was the case of like, here's my boobs. All right, are we done?
Yeah.
Hey, what are you doing? What's the matter, baby?
Speaking of boobs, Josh, can you tell us all about... No, not you. You don't get to tell us about Jacko, because you can tell us about a better movie. Jay.
Yeah.
I think you're more appropriate to tell us all about Jack-O.
Well, I've been getting the blame for Jacko all day, as if this was my idea.
There's a different man that needs the blame here.
Yeah, we have to blame Patton Oswalt. He recommended that we watch this because it was supposedly Cameron Mitchell's last film.
Technically
it's his last credit, but we'll get to that.
Is it possible
Speaking of which, by the way.
Oh, all right.
We got him here.
The patron saint of Best of the Worst.
Yes. But Jacko is a movie about a wizard who creates a pumpkin monster, and then the wizard dies, and then the pumpkin monster dies, and then many, many centuries later, years later?
Sure. 5 generations later.
5 generations later.
Let's put it like that.
The pumpkin man comes back, and the descendant of the wizard has to stop him.
By wizard, I assume you mean like we see a guy doing some magical stuff.
Oh no, we cut to 17-year-old footage of John Carradine sitting on a log.
Video footage. Cut into this film shot film.
Yeah, they didn't even try and color correct it.
No.
Oh, that's footage of John Carradine that was clearly not shot for this movie.
Yeah.
That's like a...
Oh, now we know why there's a wizard involved.
Because they had footage of...
Because they had footage of
John Carradine,
in a hood. That is such a weight off my shoulders now, though. Why wasn't there just a pumpkin monster? Why did we need a wizard?
Yeah.
Why do we need a wizard?
None of it fucking matters.
It's fucking terrible.
And it all takes place in the scariest place of all, Florida. That's when I think of nightmares, I think of Florida.
Pure white trash.
How many meth gators were in this movie?
And it takes
Especially
place in
tiny
the
towns in
scariest
Florida
place
with
at all
3 streets
of all
and no businesses.
Florida.
No, yeah.
Oh my gosh.
No, it's entirely residential apart from there's a graveyard and a playground. What? Why is he...
Fuck you. He's just there.
Fuck you.
Why are they running through the jungle, Jim? The kids, it takes place on Halloween, and the kids have so few places to go that they go back to the same houses.
Like 3 times.
Yeah, they're out trick-or-treating. And they're like, oh, here's the uppity...
the weird Republicans?
Yeah, they're watching like a proto Rush Limbaugh
So it's
show.
a Rush Limbaugh imitation, and yeah, the lady has a British accent.
If she were a dog, I'd have a spade.
They're in like a dump of a house.
Their house is pretty trashy.
Yeah,
I think it's
so-
supposed to be a mansion, but they just
I think they're just
didn't
putting
have
on
a
airs.
location. Yeah.
What a load of liberal crap, I tell you. Why should I give my money to the government when they aren't giving me any of theirs?
That's so true. That's what I've always said, Richard.
Why is she like an uppity British woman?
Because rich white people talk.
They just sound like that?
They believe Halloween's a form of welfare.
Free candy. They own the grocery store.
Watch.
You looking for a handout?
Yep. Told you.
You want some candy? You want something from me? You pay for it. Got it?
I want to see that character be the sole survivor.
And the lady was like cutting up toast, like so you could dip it in soft-boiled eggs, like British people do.
No.
Like British people do.
I've never cut toast that way before.
No.
Into little strips.
Unless you're making French toast.
Not all of us can afford fancy French toast,
Well,
Mike.
that's
Or knives.
Ugh, come on.
Nasty Americans will cut the bread in half and then.
Well, then we're talking about freedom
sophisticated people
That's
cut it. in
that's the
strips.
freedom toast.
Oh,
Red,
okay.
white, and blue powdered sugar, man.
Does anyone remember the Blip days? There was that ad for Denny's that would play before like every Blip video, where the guy's eating like red, white, and blue pancakes, and they're like, "What does that taste like?" And he's like, "America." Back in the days of Blip TV, that was a commercial that aired all the time.
That was a Denny's ad?
No, I think it was Denny's. Yeah.
Red, white, and blue pancakes, huh? What do they taste like? America?
Anyway, I think we're all talking about something other than Jacko.
We're trying to avoid talking about
Because,
Jacko. So what really happens in Jacko?
A bunch of people fuck around.
Yeah.
They just wander around this one neighborhood. They set up all these characters. It's like character after character after character. We're introduced to...
Name them.
I can't name a single fucking character.
Well, we got mom and dad.
Mom and dad. Sean Kelly, who's the little kid.
The little boy and the dad are the modern day version of the McFly farm.
Yeah.
From Back to the Future 3.
Yeah.
Where it's the dad and the son played by the same actors.
Yes.
That's the generation.
Well, the kid's played by
the kids.
The dad is too.
No, because the dad's got the mustache.
He's got the dumb
Remember in the
he doesn't have the butt chin.
He's not. He's like a little pudgy Winnie the Pooh man in the current time.
Cut to it. See who's right.
I thought in the credits it said the father played the father
believe
as
it's
well.
I don't think it
kid,
does. I think
yeah.
it's just the kid that has the dual roles.
But anyway, those are characters, and then we're introduced to more characters.
You
and
did say Tums Festival.
What?
Okay, we have the shower babysitter.
That's Linnea Quigley, the big actor in the movie. Yeah.
And then we have Linnea Quigley's sister, motorcycle boyfriend.
That's the fourth one. Even we didn't realize those were connected.
What? What?
Why is there filth everywhere?
Well, the first chunk of characters is our little Harry Potter kid.
No.
And his two friends, Bully Boy and Girl.
This is what they used to do to witches. They threw rocks at them, tied them up, and burned them. Bobby, don't!
So, here's the other thing about this movie. They live in a very dangerous neighborhood. You know it's very dangerous because even though the parents are in the garage, they need to hire a babysitter to watch their kid in the house.
Yeah.
To go around trick-or-treating all 3 streets with him.
Yeah.
Well, that was the frustrating thing about it, is we were like, okay, this is so fucking simple.
Yeah.
We have Pumpkinhead monster, demon,
He's
come
set
back
up.
from the dead to go around and kill all these characters we've been introduced to.
Why is it a pumpkin head?
Because Halloween?
Yeah.
Do pumpkins even grow in Florida?
It is a monster. It's not an actual pumpkin. So
That's a question though I have. Like,
Go ahead and tell us, Internet. We'll totally look at your
I
comments.
don't know.
I mean, I assume they get pumpkins for Halloween.
It's a tropical climate. I mean, pumpkins
Pumpkins are everywhere in the U.S., but I don't know if they grow them there. Maybe I have to pull them down from Tennessee.
Well,
or
sure.
something. I don't
sure.
know.
It just doesn't seem like a story or a legend that would originate in a tropical climate.
Sure.
A coconut head.
You think more of a alligator head?
Yeah, coconut head, meth head.
Hey, that's what we're kind of the current ones now. Yeah,
plenty of those.
We wait another 20 years, then meth head's going to be in the story tradition.
I mean, pumpkins don't grow in the summer; they grow in the fall.
Right.
And fall typically happens in the Midwest, in the above a tropical climate region.
Happening right now.
I'm just saying, I don't think pumpkins grow in Florida.
Mike,
I don't know.
I think you've
If you're a Floridian,
go fuck yourself.
put down the meth, stop your shopping cart in the Walmart, and get on your phone and send us a message to let
That's
us know
everywhere, Mike.
if pumpkins grow in Florida, because I don't think they do. I just don't think they do.
This is an important question.
No, it needed to be the whole fucking head, you lazy son of the bitches.
Yeah, the unfortunate thing, when they get killed, it's very anticlimactic. It's very disappointing.
Yeah. But we know that Jacko is free.
Yeah, Jacko's back, and he's gonna wander around. He'll go to the Republican's house, and then
leave.
And then he'll leave, and he'll go to the main character's house, and then he'll leave and go back to the Republican's house.
He'll have real trouble killing people.
Yeah, that's the thing. You set up your killer, and then he doesn't kill anybody for a long time.
And even the kills we do get are weak as shit. A lot of slit necks or
There is one decapitation. They can only afford one head prop.
That was a good one.
That was a good one.
Yeah, there you go. We were just saving it for later. Nice.
All right.
Oh, Nicolas Cage, why?
But the best death in the movie was an accident, and Jacko wasn't responsible for it. We have the Republican lady, the fake British lady. We established, they set it up. It's like a Final Destination film where it's like, oh, she's slipping on her carpet.
Damn rug.
She touches her toaster, and I guess lightning comes out of it.
It's to remind you that a toaster is an electrical appliance.
Yes, otherwise you wouldn't know.
Just in case you're an alien.
They don't have a gas-powered toaster.
Right.
She doesn't have to start it up like a lawnmower. So they set that up, and then the Jacko kills her husband, and she runs back into the house, and then we get the payoff.
Oh, come on!
Wait, what?
They tried to do an ironic thing.
What the fuck is...
Is he skeleton?
I guess my work here is done.
He just goes, oh, this is awkward.
So he should have shrugged. Like if you're gonna do something that stupid, have him just be like, oh.
It wasn't supposed to be stupid. It was supposed to be scary.
That guy is wielding a 6 to 8 foot long haysicle with double handle blade action.
Big bad.
And you know, he has more range of motion than Michael Myers with the butcher knife.
Yeah.
He's got at least 8 to 12 feet of range of motion with this haysicle. And he can't do jack shit with it.
No, he uses that shit as a shovel.
It's embarrassing.
That's right, yeah, when he's burying the kid.
It's downright embarrassing.
Yeah.
The movie is embarrassing.
Yeah. Oh, little dummy. Yeah. That's fun.
At least they knew not to hold on it for too long.
Yeah, they used just the right amount of frames.
Yeah. And now we have to talk about Cameron Mitchell.
And Patton. Let's go through our timeline here. Exorcist.
Yeah.
Jay and Josh talk about Exorcist.
Okay.
Exorcist 3. Starring George C. Scott.
Yeah.
Yeah.
George C. Scott played General Patton.
Yes.
Patton Oswalt named
after General Patton. That's true.
Patton Oswalt recommended Jacko.
Yeah.
The final film of Cameron Mitchell. And tonight we watch Jacko.
Here's the thing.
I don't think
There's a link.
You know you guys were talking
dating back 6 videos.
All right. I don't quite follow
I don't
you there.
follow you at all.
But here's the thing. When you guys were talking in the intro, you guys were talking in the intro.
Why did you follow me?
Because that makes no fucking sense, Mike. Come on.
Basically, what Mike's saying is check out this link to the other Red Letter Media videos.
Yeah, follow the links down below and be sure to smash that like button.
Comments, ring the bell so you get the notifications.
Exorcist 2. Exorcist
Oh, we gotta
1.
go way back to like 2 years ago.
Exorcist 2 has Pazuzu in it. Pazuzu begins with a P. Patton begins with a P. That's a connection, I guess.
And George C. Scott.
Patton was a.
George C. Scott was hit in the groin by a football.
Oh, my God.
My groin!
Oh, my groin!
I don't want to scare you off. I want you to sit back and observe. Welcome to my asylum of horrors.
Oh!
I don't want to scare you off. I want you to sit back and observe.
It's the same footage from
Demon Cop.
Demon Cop.
It's the same. Yeah, at first, because we see him, he's like a horror movie host, the little kids watching him on TV. And at first, it's like, oh, they shot it in his room, in his den. There's that lamp. But then we see it again later, and he has it's the exact same footage from Demon Cop.
And it's even the exact same line. He
That's
mentions
right, it's the same. Yeah.
He mentions like the Asylum of Madness
Yeah.
or whatever. It's word for word the same line.
The
Same setup,
question
yeah.
is, what was that footage originally shot for?
Right.
It wasn't shot for
never
Demon
know.
Cop because nothing was originally shot for Demon Cop.
It could just be a thing where it's like a failed project. I got 10 minutes of
Yeah, like a
him
Bela Lugosi
reading.
Plan
Yeah.
9
Right.
thing.
And
Yeah.
I'm going to give you guys footage.
These are the files of the damned. The stories of those poor, depraved souls.
Overall, Jacko, weirdest biopic about Kennedy's widow I've ever seen. That's pretty good, though, right? It's pretty good.
Wow.
I know I messed it up on the original delivery. but
No, it's good.
I was working it out.
Yeah, no.
Jackie O.
Jackie O. That's the
Oh,
joke.
Jesus Christ.
That's on him. That's on him.
That's on him.
No,
Yeah.
but
Thanks,
I'm with
Josh.
Rich. It's a bit of a stretch.
Jackie O. Jackie O.
yeah.
Jackie Onassis. Come on, people.
All right, so that was Jack. We got anything else we want to hit on that?
Nope.
It sucked.
It sucks.
terrible.
Fucking sucks.
So next.
Yes.
Next we have our rock and roll horror movie that we always do every single year
It is
of
tradition.
the Halloween. We've done it since the beginning.
Have we?
Absolutely.
I think there's 1 or 2 years where we didn't. But
Shut
That
up,
was-
100%.
that was dumb.
We've done it every year.
That was a mistake.
So Josh, as our resident music expert, can you please try to unwrap Rock and Roll Nightmare?
The only man in America right now wearing a Danzig t-shirt.
Oh, that can't be true.
I bet Danzig is wearing a Danzig t-shirt.
Exactly. It's me and Glenn. Rock and Roll Nightmare seems like a terrible parody of horror movies for about 50 minutes, and then we find out why.
That's true.
It's really true.
There you go.
Yeah. Okay, well, first of all, who is John Michael Thor?
He's a metal musician who had a band called Thor. His thing was that he was a big muscle man.
There's lightning in my eyes. Oh, anger is my middle name.
And he lived to rock.
Yeah. There's a documentary about him.
Yes. So at the beginning of Rock and Roll Nightmare, there's a family that lives in a farmhouse, and they're getting up for the morning, shaving and making breakfast, and all of a sudden the mom opens up the fridge, and there's something in there.
Is she in the oven?
She opened the fridge.
She did open the fridge.
Oh my god! It's a Halloween store prop! Ah!
All right, you got me.
Yeah!
I don't know what any of that was.
That's
but
great.
It happened.
A ghost put her in the oven, or a demon.
Something put her in the.
Wait, was that supposed to be the wife in the oven?
I think
so. I thought it was supposed to be a monster.
No, the wife got put in the oven.
No, because she opened the fridge.
Even though she opened the fridge.
That's where the demon came from.
Oh.
She opens up the fridge.
Yeah. Well, that's what makes it confusing.
And it's the first appearance of Gozer. It said its name was Gozer.
Look at all the junk food.
There is no Dana, only Farm Mom.
A lot of the creatures in this movie look like haunted house props.
They're pretty bad.
They're not good.
I'd say they look like Fraggle Rock props.
It's a little Henson-y feel to a lot of them.
But we do get an incredibly bizarre credit sequence. We get like Evil Dead the House credit sequence.
It seems like basically we've got a cat POV.
What? Okay.
What was any of that? I thought we were gonna get a reveal at the end of it.
Just time killer, I guess.
Ontario. You want to say number one? What?
Sure.
Pick a side.
Oh my god. And there's no payoff for any of it.
No, well, and then the credits are over, and then we cut to Thor driving his van.
Yeah, there's a long montage.
And that
of
goes
the
on
road
for
trip.
fucking 10 minutes, where it feels like, oh, this is the footage that you have your credits rolling over.
Absolutely.
But we already got the credits, so we're just gonna watch a guy drive a van for fucking 10 minutes.
Very long time, and I'm sure that footage of like cat camera was just like testing camera equipment. Like, oh, this will be good B-roll for demon vision.
There's so much in this movie that seems like it was just camera test footage.
Yeah.
Oh, all right.
Okay.
Never mind. Don't need that house. It was a cool shot, though.
We had the shot. Just throw it in somewhere.
Do you think he just got like a whole bunch of new camera gear and he's like, yeah, let's do some fun
It's
stuff?
just him testing it in the backyard.
Yep.
Yeah. That was that pull in and zoom out shot
Yeah.
that they
Move
used.
crane through the tree, do a thing.
These are very cool shots. It's a really nice dolly you got there.
Yep.
Look at how smooth this dolly is.
Still driving.
They're going somewhere.
Oh man, they are getting every dollar out of this crane.
Ooh, yeah.
Every single fucking dollar. Oh, and turn it too.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, all right.
All right.
Yeah, the van is coming there, and then we're establishing the house. Van house, van house.
Because we understand cinema, we assumed that these two things would meet up, and they do, because the van pulls up to the house.
Can we talk about the van? I want to talk about the van and the band.
Yeah.
Because the van has a double license plate. One is the Ontario, Canada license plate, and below it says, I love America.
USA #1.
USA #1, yeah. Right. And so the premise is that this rock band, presumably from America, has come up to a remote farmhouse in Ontario with a barn, which has been retrofitted or augmented into a recording studio by a major record label. RCA. As a recording studio. Rod Stewart has been there, the Rolling Stones.
Alice Cooper.
All sorts. And so, is the band from America, or as the band crossed over into the border, did they then get an Ontario license plate? Or are these Canadians that are so embarrassed to be Canadians that they have to pretend to be Americans?
You know the barn over there?
This one.
Yeah, the big barn there.
Yeah.
You know, that recording company, RCSA, right? They came here with Alice Cooper. Yeah. And they built a recording studio up there, 24 track.
Right for the keys, I'd like to have.
Yeah, I have the keys here.
Good.
And
can I?
well, I want to tell you something though. This is not the first band that's been here.
No,
you know?
really?
No. We had Bob Stewart here.
Rod. Did he have the keys? One key? Did he have?
Hey?
The key? No, never mind.
Oh, okay. Yeah, and also there's a room up there.
Yeah.
In that house there.
This is a bit?
I don't know. God.
Why would you put that bit? I feel like I was watching a Judd Apatow movie.
There are definitely people in the band that have a Canadian accent,
the aboots
and the
and the
girlfriends
hoos,
in particular have a Canadian accent. But did they pick them up on the way?
They might have, yeah.
They might have,
at a truck stop.
The drummer.
They try to establish that house as if it's like in the middle of nowhere, like an Evil Dead situation. But we see a road and we see cars driving past it all the time.
It's not that far out, obviously. The other thing I need to tweet at John Worster so he can look at this movie and tell me if the drum.
All right, I think we grab this ore and call it a night of runes. Maybe we'll be at 65 or so nuggies.
Nuggy nugs.
With that poor yield, I'm not sure we made it to 65. No, 62. But that's okay. 35 nugs ain't too bad. And we've gotten a lot of adamantite and a crap ton of mithril. Way more mithril than we'll need for a long time. That's probably a good thing, TM. Alright. How much coal do we have? 3,700 coal. The coal train. Oh yeah. There's one thing I should probably do. If you're a hip to bead. Grab this. Grab a rake. I don't have any rakes. Okay, well that's fine. I don't need a rake.
Drums are period correct. He will know.
Is that the guy who invented the sauce?
No.
Worcestershire. Worcestershire.
That's an English descendant.
Worcestershire sauce. Worcestershire.
It's just a little joke. Relax, everybody. No, you don't need to jump down my throat like some Worcestershire sauce.
All right.
Relax. Jesus.
There you go.
Oh, that's music.
What did you think it
I
was?
thought it was like bacon frying. It's,
You're
it's
in
so
trouble.
tinny.
What?
I thought it was the sound of the guy cooking. It's like so. There's no like bass in there. It's
They go and have their first rehearsal.
That's right.
Which is also a recording, I guess.
Yeah, the manager's running tape, even though it's a rehearsal. But you know, you wanna Neil Young it. You wanna go ahead and run tape at all times, just in case the magic happens.
Yeah.
You never know.
That's true.
That's a thing, apparently.
Yeah. And we noticed
Neil Younging is.
Neil Young never rolled tape while he was practicing. That's the thing he was getting at.
Is that?
No, he always.
I think you horribly misunderstood.
Oh,
yeah, the opposite. It's a switch.
I thought you were saying he was bare naked ladiesing it. They always ran.
One of the members had a coke problem and had to leave the band.
Yes, then I am saying that.
Oh my God, a coke problem in rock and roll?
No.
Metro.
There's no